Hi. Welcome back. Welcome back to this, whatever the hell this case is. How you doing? Happy Friday. Hope you're having a good one. Welcome. We're gonna get back to this. Ghost Trick came out today. Everyone go buy it. I'm gonna buy it, even though I'm probably not gonna play it again. But I might want to replay it. And also I want to signal to Capcom that this game is amazing. But I'm poor. Then wishlist it and buy it when it's on sale. Play Cleopatra 1 today again. Yeah, everyone was mad when Cleopatra ended. You're welcome. Listen, I live to crush expectations. A hot copy of the Switch version, nice. Am I gonna import the physical version? I think I might. I didn't know it got a physical version in Japan. I mean, maybe. Is the Japanese, does the Japanese version have English text as an option? Because otherwise it's just for the box and then an HD, yeah, HD of everything. Yeah, oh nice. Buy to encourage production of Ghost Trick 2, right? Be good. It has all languages, nice. Well, I might have to look into that. Will Edgeworth be my sugar daddy? Well, depends on your expectations for that. Yeah, HD Panic Dance. HD Lamp Jam, all of them. Am I gonna update the emotes? No! I like the crunchy graphics, but the remake looks good. The re-release. Remaster, I guess. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for more people to play it, because, you know, now that you know, I'm a fan of Ghost Trick as of last year, but that allows me to be a hipster about it and be like, I'm glad that other people get to experience this gem, as if I've been a longtime fan of it. I hope people do check it out. This is great. HD Best Pupper, he's good. He's a good missile. Ghost Trick 2, you're a rat this time. They're pretty good. Anyway, but thank you. Let's, speaking of, welcome back. We're gonna get cop alerts and then hop back into it. The Ghost Trick Ace Attorney pipeline. I know. I've been Ace Attorney pilled by Ghost Trick. Sucks. It sucks out here. Shit. Anyway, here, chat. This is for you. Because I care. I got Takumi. Yeah, I did. I got shoot Takumi. Doop-a-doop-boop. Well, you're a lawyer, man, in a lawyer world, and the whole world's gone mad. You're a lawyer, man, and is that a clock? Is it a monkey, man? You're a lawyer, man, with your boyfriend, too, and the two of you gonna cry. Because you gotta do the lawyer things, and I just don't know why. Oh! Ook, ook, ook. Yeah, I gotta get some like, monkey watch from Rhythm Heaven in here. My opinion on this case so far. It's weird. I like... I don't know, because most of the other cases have an immediate hook to the mystery, where it's like, you know, like, usually they're like, I'm innocent, I didn't do it, and it's just like, oh, this is weird. Something's not lining up here. Whereas this case is just like, there's a whole ass narrative in here I don't know, and I've only seen the final page. And it's like a different kind of approach. It's not so much a slow burn, although people are like, it's a big case. For me, it's just like the fact that from the get, you have your client being like, I'm guilty, I did it, but also with like the hidden evidence from a different trial, someone was murdered, stealing that evidence, maybe. It's just like, it feels like a Deal 6 Part 2, where like there's some case in everyone's past that connects everyone, but instead of it being kind of built up to that point, we're just kind of thrown in the deep end, and now it's like, figure it out. It's like the entire arc of the game, up until this point, compressed into one case. So, I don't know. I do like it, though. It's, the reveal that the same man has been killed in 2 different places is like, okay, I'm actually excited to go investigate that, because sometimes they're like, okay, you have an extra day, go investigate, and it's just like, I'm just kind of pulling on the same thread I have been pulling on.
The rebel who scream. Here's my grandson. That is in fact not their grandson.
Hey, Gumshoe worked hard on that statue. How dare you?
They are teenagers. It isn't possible. Don't let them be your grandpa.
Looks like they're on noise.
Thank you for the hammy squippy. My thoughts on Gant, and obviously I don't want just smile and post diddles in the chat. My initial impressions are that Gant is trying way too hard to be likable, and that it's like for him to show up and be like, hey, Righto, edgy, Udjo, everyone's his best friend. It's just like that immediately puts up red flags for me, where I'm just like, he's very likable, but the way he like fills up the room just seems inherently, in a game like this, just seems inherently suspicious to me. So that's all. But supervisor behavior, kinda, yeah. He's trying hard to be likable. It works on me. I mean, it works on me too. I love him, but that makes it's like how just because it works on me, I can still be suspicious and be like, he's fun. I like talking to him, but also, holy shit, this might implode. If it doesn't, then great. But if it does, I'll be like, all right, I'm not surprised there. But I'm pretty likable. That's sus. See, you're learning. You're learning. That's how you counteract the potential parasocial relationship, is by being like, wait a second. Why does he just keep playing Cleopatra? Is this meant to be indoctrination? Yes. Is Gant the ship name for Xanth and Ganondorf? I hate that. Yes. The answer is yes. Probably, yeah. He seems crafty as fuck, going off how he played Ashworth in the end. Never seen this case. Yeah. I'm sussing building a cult. I mean, listen. Building a cult or already have built several cults at this point? Don't know. What I do know is, yeah. As I was just saying, let's just like, sometimes the investigations and the trials, the trial just kind of is like, you're like, okay, here's a clear discrepancy I found. I'm impressed on that. And it's like new information comes to light. Okay, go investigate that new thread. But the second investigation, like, I keep going back to Steel Samurai because I didn't dislike that case, but it does seem kind of like the weakest, where it's like, you go back the second time and it just kind of feels like more of the same. It takes a long time for new stuff to really, new interesting stuff, I should say, to really start to snowball in that case. Whereas this one, it feels different because it's just like, wait, what? We have like several key new pieces of information that we need to press onto. So yeah, I'm excited to see how it plays out. It doesn't feel the same as like, I guess I'll go back to the same place. It's like I have like threads I'm excited to travel down. Mixing my metaphors, you know what I mean. If Future gives the captive days to 2, the judicial system gets even more screwed over? They only have 2 days? That's nuts. Yeah, his design is very fun. Same with fucking Marshall. He's a character and a half. Emma's very fun. She's Science Maya, and I love that for her. Yeah, there's a lot of new characters in this one. That's good. Matt Mercer, yeah. yeah, you know. Cowboy Matt Mercer. Thank you. Love seeing you excited. I am excited. Appreciate it. His theme song, My Beloved. Yeah. Anyway, let me get caught up right here. Smashbot, thanks for the 83 bits. We got another Toby Fox newsletter last night. I'm not sure what my favorite aspect was. The scrap speedrun Sans encounter, the rejected song Toby made for Rhythm Game, or the Papyrus interview. Makes me smile. I could use some smiles. We could all use some smiles. Yeah, I read it last night. For anyone that's not subscribed to the Toby Fox newsletter, you should. You should. It's great. You know, fuck it. I'm just gonna pull up the video he posted because it's unlisted on YouTube. I'm sure the link's gonna be spread around, but it's like I might as well just share the Sans thing. Yeah, it makes me question like why did he cut it? He's like, I'm glad I cut this. I'm like, why? So in the newsletter, it's just like, okay, he goes through a bunch of stuff he's been up to and also like progress on Deltarune, whatever. Undertale unused content, ice cream. Summer means ice cream, right? That reminds me, in Undertale, there was one piece of unused content. Let me turn this down a bit more. One piece of unused content that I'm not sure I ever explained. Only a few know, and those who do probably forgot, but there are unused sprites in the game of Sans eating ice cream. Why did these exist? ... Originally, I wanted to have a special scene if you reached Sans fast enough from the beginning of the game, essentially if you did a speed run. We've recreated the scene below. I decided not to do this for obvious reasons. I still think it's funny as a concept. So they recreated it in, like, the Undertale engine and posted it as a video on the YouTube. And let's just watch that real quick because it's good. Because it's great. Because it's good. And I enjoyed this immensely. Where is it? There he is. Thank you, Casualty. I don't care if Sling bot speedrunner. Speedrunner is not like games designed around it usually. Well, this is specifically, like, to annoy speedrunners. Well, you're here early. I'm gonna be honest. You got here so fast, I haven't even finished eating my ice cream yet. Well, you're not in a rush. You could wait a minute, right? Why did he remove this? I don't know. Ice cream percent, right? Ice cream percent. Phew! What a great code. Sometimes it's nice to take it easy. Otherwise, you'll get brain freeze. Anyway, I'm sure you got something important to do. Wouldn't want to slow you down. Later. And then he's gone. I just... The rejected Squeaky Hammer song, I feel like would explode everyone's brain cells. I just was like, I'm so upset that he didn't choose to keep that in the game. Or like add it with one of the updates when they dropped it on console or something, because that's so fucking good. It's so good. Anyway, there's a rejected song. No, so in a couple of the newsletters, Toby's been like, here's a song that I made that got into a game, or it's in like a rhythm game. Dragonclaw, thank you for the bits. I'll get to that in 1 second. Yeah, in this newsletter, he's basically like, I don't have... At the bottom of the newsletter, he's like, usually this is where I advertise songs that got into a rhythm game. This time my song didn't make it. To explain a bit, it's hard for me to want to give it my all to a song that's not for a story, character, or scene in a game. If I can feel a deep connection with the subject, then I can make a great song, but just simply make a song for a rhythm game is surprisingly difficult to do. Therefore, I decided I would try to focus on a subject that I could feel a deep connection with. I decided to make a song about a factory of dogs getting hit on the head with giant cartoon squeaky hammers. Surprisingly, they were imagining something slightly different. That makes sense, I suppose, considering I made the song demo before they gave me any instructions on what they wanted at all. We will try to finish the song one day, and of course, I'm going to try my best at making a different song for the game, too. And he did post a demo of the song. I will play a few seconds of it. Maybe I'll play the whole thing. It's not that long. I'm going to just make sure my volume is real low. This is a lot. Here's this factory of dogs getting hit on the head with giant cartoon squeaky hammers. Hey chat, real quick, why did like 8 of you just say this is penis music? Can you explain that to me? Explain it to me as if I've never heard the phrase penis music, because I haven't, and what the fuck? I do not know that meme. I do not know what that is. Ask Vinny Vinesauce, gotcha. Okay, don't worry about it, because it is. Alright. Okay, look it up. Not on stream. It's just music that's so penis. Okay, alright. Cool, understood, gotcha. Anyway, you're welcome, because I had my volume at like 10% for that. 20%. When I hit play, I was reading the newsletter on my computer with my headphones on, hit play, and was like, it was just like so much, so fast. I was not ready. So, yeah, anyway, it's good. There's also a diagram. How do I just have to download it? I hate email sometimes. Like, I just want to open this image in a new tab. But this was the provided diagram of the reference for the factory. Music seems to have been created by a single external digit of the human body smashing at the synthesizer. High tempo and discordant electronic music related to noise music. I see. The implication being someone smashed their penis onto a keyboard and that made this song. I see. Okay. Got it. That's great. Bonk.waf. Yeah, anyway. There you go. It just is. I mean, listen. I'm not saying chat's wrong. I'm just saying I would like an explanation. I think I'm entitled to that. Anyway. Yeah, it was good. Anyway, moving on. Bearded Snorlax, thanks for 16 months. 16 months in Barry's house. Side note, the TV remote fell under the couch, and it's definitely not my fault. Please ask someone else. So I will just lower down a very high-powered magnet onto a string and hope that plastic is magnetic. I feel like I went on this rant on stream a while ago, but I'm mad because something like 10 years ago, I bought a big ol' box, audio media pass-through box. I'm forgetting what it's called. But basically, it's what I like pass all of my consoles and inputs into, and then output into the TV, and then I have that go to my bookshelf speakers and stuff. And there's a remote for that to swap between the various different inputs. It's really nice. But that, yeah, it's not quite a mixer. It's not a TV. Whatever. It's by the brand Marantz. So I just call it the Marantz. But the remote that came with it. It like the rubber membrane connections inside of it to like up volume down and up and down and stuff like that. They've kind of worn down over the years because I've had it a long time. The machine itself is fine, but the remote's kind of given out. So I tried to open it up to clean it out because I can do that. And it seems that they glued it shut because after opening up all the screws and trying to pry it open, I wasn't able to do that. And I was like, okay, well that's annoying. But do they sell replacements? They don't. I guess it's an older model, so they don't carry it anymore, and they're just like, here's a link to our third-party seller that handles remotes. And I'm like, I don't want to drop like 20, 30 bucks. Why did you just fuse this remote shut? I just need to clean it. It's perfectly functional. Super glue along the seams? Maybe. Anyway, it's a receiver. Yeah, it's basically a receiver. Yeah, that works. We're vibing. I'm about to get this started in this. I don't know why I felt the need to rant about that. Doesn't matter. Basically, I'm sorry about your remote that fell under the couch within the house. Itbit, thanks for 29 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Squippy, thanks for the hammy. I need you to know how much I hate the blue badger. Fuck, here's 10 bucks. Thank you for the 10 bucks. I don't know why you hate him. Gumshoe worked really hard to make him, what they said, undulate. To make him undulate outside the police headquarters, so. Tried force, yeah, I mean, I'm worried I'm just gonna explode the plastic shell if I apply too much force, but if it makes my remote work again, you will find out. There was that extremely ominous shot of the blue badger, what I'm assuming was the blue badger, in the prologue to this case. And I'm concerned, TM. Try sucking on it. On the remote? That's a great idea. Was the badger a different animal in Japan? One that looks vaguely like, perhaps? Yeah, it doesn't look like a badger. It looks like a jester. But I've learned not to question things inside of this. Meet me at Denny's. I want to talk. In the parking lot. What's better, pristine plastic or working? You're not wrong. I can't believe Lappy killed that man. I know. I keep flashing back to, the game that you're referencing. That's name eludes me. I'll think a bit. Wait. Don't tell me. Astral Chain. That's the one. I got it. As in a police badge? Oh, that's almost the thing. I didn't think about it like that. That sucks really bad. Yeah. Arrest Coon. Here's our new mascot, Arrest Coon. Barry Dingle, thanks for the 134 bits. That's a specific number. Thank you. I appreciate it. Universal Fireworks, thanks for 50 bits. Casual T, thanks for subbing. I welcome you to the house. Enjoy your crayon scribbling of the key, and hope you enjoy the emotes. We got like, what, 4 Ace Attorney emotes now? Temporarily. They'll probably go back to normal once I'm done with this, but hope you enjoy them in the meantime. Hollow Newt, thanks for 23 months. Finally cataloged my backlog. 211 games. What's one more? Any recommendations for a game I should play? Yeah, go get Ghost Trick. It's out today, apparently. Or get Sonic Origins Plus TM. I did a sponsored stream last week. It was a lot of fun. Levi Phipps, thanks for 17 months. Hold it. Hold what? You just said it. Hold what? Dragonclaw, thanks for 100 bits. I got a question. I've been going through a lot of life moments right now. I feel like I'm a bit nervous. I always wanted to do streaming YouTube ever since back in 2012 when John, you first joined Grumps. And while I never pursued it back then, I've been feeling it to pursue my dream. Sometimes I feel like it's late for me being in my 30s. I've been wishing I started sooner. I think I should still go for it. I don't think time or age has anything to do with it. I think if you want to make stuff or do stuff, you should. It just comes down to that. The thing that I always say to anyone that comes to me asking for like advice or something like that is I'm happy to talk about it, but I always feel like I'm the wrong person to ask because I joined a thing that was already popular, and then when I went to start streaming, people followed me from that popular thing. So at no point in my content creation career have I built a thing from scratch. So I can't speak to that experience, and I'm not gonna pretend to. But that said, the thing that I always say is I think that you should make a thing if you think it would be fun to do. I think starting out something like that and saying like I'm gonna make that my career, not saying that's what you're saying, but just in general, it's a tough thing, right? It's a very saturated space. But there are brand new content creators that do find success every day. I think it's less about that though. I think it's just like if you're like, I want to stream, you should stream if you think it'll be fun. If you want to make videos, you should make it because you think it'll be fun and enjoy the process, enjoy the thing that you make or do. And there are things you can try to do to find success, but I think the most important thing if you're starting out is like, just do it because you think it's fun. I think that's going to be the best mindset to bring to it. There's always things you can do later on to be like, well, how can I found something that works here, but you should just experiment, have fun with it, and I hope it goes well. Thank you for the bits, though, and I hope whatever you decide to do is a good time for you. Appreciate it. YouTube's now recommending you best of compilations of the anime, and it's a time. I've seen some of the outtakes. It's nuts. Is a Prime sub as good as a non-Prime sub? In terms of, like, my share of revenue, it's the same as a tier 1, which is the $5 sub. The real difference is that Prime doesn't auto-renew. So if you want to support someone recurringly with Prime sub, you have to remember every month to go back and click a button. But it's the same for me. Should I switch to watching on my phone? You built emotes and the whole Kingdom Hearts thing from scratch? Absolutely the same thing. Well, I've everything I've done in the last 5-ish years has been me, sure. But I'm saying I had like a launch point. I already had people who were interested in what I did. And to claim otherwise, to say I built this channel from scratch, I think is disingenuous. And for me to sit here and be like, just do what I did. Just start streaming and immediately be sustainable doing that. There's such an incredibly small minority of people who have that option, and I'm very grateful for it, but I think when it comes to these kinds of conversations, I have to talk about that part of it. I got it because GDQ chat slicing in the audience, I got curious and I vaguely recognized you. Thank you, Kit Kat. I pulled myself up from my bootstraps, which had rocket boots underneath them. Hey, Todd. You finished the VOD. Nice. Yeah, the yesterday's stream, I have to stitch the two parts together into a single VOD to upload onto YouTube. I could upload the two halves separately, but I kind of like each stream just being a single VOD. It's just kind of easier. Unless it's more than 12 hours, like the Lego Bowser stream. But that stream went down, and it was fortunate, because that's when I learned YouTube has a limit. Yeah. So it might be a couple days. We'll see if I have time. Because just rendering 5+ hours just takes a bit. Nice. A disclaimer is advice. Please no sue. Thank you. Yes. Please no sue. Eve, thanks for 100 bits. Meow. Meow. I think a casualty for 69 bits. Nice. My friend, having been made aware of you during the GG era, I can confidently say your unique personality and humor stood on its own and have really created a very welcoming community. All art is inspired by other art. Building for anything from scratch on a medium such as this is very subjective. You've done it good. Thank you. I appreciate that. And that's not really the point that I'm trying to make. When I talk about the pure like essence of the creativity of the things that I make, that's a different conversation for me than the reality of like, yes, if I started streaming and no one gave a fuck about anything that I did or my sense of humor or my sensibilities or whatever, sure, that's one thing. My point is that I had an advantage going in. It's not that anything from that point I haven't earned through my own hard work or whatever. It's just that inception point or the work that I did with Game Grumps yes, that work is mine, and I'm proud of it, and I own it, but by the time I joined Grumps, they already had like 200,000 subscribers or something. So that's a much different proposition in terms of my mindset towards what I'm doing than like, I'm starting from scratch, it's a blank slate, what am I doing? Like, yeah, when I started my own channel and stuff, it was like kind of a blank slate, like I don't know what my brand is, and I had to figure that out and discover that, but it's the only point that I'm trying to focus on is like, I'm happy to talk about, you know, logistics of streaming or workflows or how to make stuff, like that's all stuff that I'm happy to share and talk about, but when it comes to the specific question of I'm starting a brand new thing and I've never done this before, I'm happy to talk about it, but just take everything I say with a healthy dose of salt, because I have not done that in that same way. That's all I'm saying. I hope that makes sense. So, anyway, Dragonclaw, thank you for the 100 bits! On top of the 100 bits earlier. I thought while I was here, I'll share a video that I always wanted to make back in 2012 to 2013. It's about that one cutaway when John Trent says, Barry, you're fired. I wanted to make a fake IRL documentary. Fabricate what happened to Barry after getting fired. In one part, he got the part of playing with the Muppet band Electric Mayhem, Dr. Teeth, before falling out and fired by them too before getting offered a return to work for Aaron and John at GG. Comes full circle. Thank you, John Colon. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 100 bits. I think we're gonna get into the Phoenix because we have a whole lot of question marks to dot. It's not so much crossing our T's and dotting our I's. It's more like I have a bunch of scribbles that I'm putting dots underneath to turn them into question marks. Because right now I'm not even sure what all the questions are. Does that make sense? So, yeah. I was thinking of buying plutonium online so I can start a career in owning radiation. Ooh. I don't know if you can copyright the radiation, though. So I don't know if you can own that. But, yeah, I know a guy who knows a guy. It's tasty. Buy and eat. Buy. Sorry, Cleopatra fans. You're a lawyer, man, in the lawyer world. Lawyers. Got a lawyer. Welcome back to the silence of Ace Attorney before I click A. Click. Well, I'm not clicking anything. So what happened yesterday? We started a new case. Maya is gone. She's off on top of a mountain doing some Karate Kid poses and trying to talk to ghosts. In her place, we've met a young girl named Emma, who is Science Maya. She believes in science helping solve crimes, which is a hilarious concept. I much prefer the ghost girl, but she's pretty good. Her older sister, named Lana, is the chief prosecutor. Was that the title? She's the head honcho for the prosecutor's office, and she claims she murdered a man. And there's a witness who saw her murder a man, kind of. Science pilled. People should use ghosts more often. It's true. The DA, essentially. Yeah, essentially. She's Edgeworth's boss, and she murdered a detective from the police force with a knife into his chest, and murdered him in the trunk of Edgeworth's car with Edgeworth's knife, which he was storing in his trunk, precisely 3 minutes after he came back to the prosecutor's office after receiving an award for being the biggest jackass at the police station. So, that's weird. And we have since learned, allegedly, we have since learned that the detective who was murdered was apparently also murdered at the exact same time at the police headquarters in the evidence room, where, a piece of evidence, a knife with a broken tip, was stolen and then hidden in the exhaust pipe, the muffler, of Edgeworth's car, which seems to be tied to some previous case we don't know anything about. So this man was murdered in two places at once, at the exact same time, and seems to be tied into this previous case that the prosecutor's tied into. Also, the chief of police, Gant, testified and was just like, yeah, whatever. This other guy died, but I can't tell you much about it, haha, lol, which is not very helpful. So we have an extension on the trial. We are on day 2, and we have time to investigate and figure out what the hell happened. Why this man apparently died in 2 places at once. What's up with this knife that went missing from evidence, the connections to that. Yeah, we're not in day 2 yet. You're right. It is just 2:15 p.m. that same day. I guess because the next day is when the trial starts. So they're like, you're in court all morning and they have to go hit the streets. That's a tough day. Edgeworth had a moment or two. Yeah, Edgeworth. I mean, he likes to. And knowing lunch, they light a bunch. Yes. Yeah, so the witness was a former detective turned bento box peddler who gave everyone lunch and bribed the judge with caviar. And she basically lied through every step of the way. She did not directly witness the murder, but she saw her make a phone call afterwards and then apprehended her. And yeah. Yeah, also, Gumshoe made a animatronic blue badger, which is the mascot for the police station, and everyone chat hates that. I mean, look, look at him go. This is the start of Skynet. Listen, we deserve it. So let's get back to it. Animatronic. I mean, I guess animatronic's putting it wiggles. It's a wacky wavy inflatable tube arm man, but made of cardboard. So Nox Ray, thanks for the prime. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the emotes. Thank you. It's February 23rd, 2:15 p.m. Wright and Cole offices. Mr. Wright. So, Mr. Wright, we gotta cook. What's going on with the case anyway? That's what I want to know. I'm a little confused. Yeah. Huh? Well, let's see. What is going on? I'm glad I just tried to put together a recap because even the main characters are like, I don't know what's happening. The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 o'clock p.m. on the 21st. 5:15 p.m., to be precise. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room at the same time. What's this and the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police departments are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's what we're going to find out, or try to at least. All right, let's do it. Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. I just assumed that the blue parentheses text was internal monologue, but people keep responding to what he's thinking, so maybe he is muttering it out loud. I don't know. Huh? Would you mind coming with me? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Are they here detective glasses like Batman? Let's go. Science awaits us. For science! Oh yeah, there are a couple other details that came out of the case, but I'm sure they'll come up. Like, Lana knocked over an oil drum filled with water to wash away bloody footprints. And there's a cowboy here. Whatever. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. Well, that was easy. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Of course it was our victim who was killed at the department. And my sister would never do such a thing, I know it. She doesn't know how to time travel. Or teleport. That oil drum, was it empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. Yes, this is the extra case for the DS. Well, was it, Dave? My sister erasing evidence at the crime scene? Never. You gotta speed it up, Mara Burr. I feel that. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. What you could do is leave stream for a while, and then watch the VOD as it's being created in process, and then speed that up, and then you'll eventually get caught up again, and you can just do that over and over. Amid the game. Oh yeah, no, it's fine. Even though she says they don't really get along, Emma really likes her sister. Well, she was great until she became a prosecutor. That's not it at all. It's just, we're both professionals in what we do, and I trust her. Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was bloodstains or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. Well, you got some science? Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. That is the most Bond villain-esque line I've ever heard in this game, and it came from my partner. Huh? What's that grin for? This situation calls for one thing, and that is luminol testing fluid. Luminol? Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But when the police have already done those tests, never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. What does that have to do with luminol? It's mostly alcohol. We're testing bloodstains with the stuff, not drinking it. You spritz it down, and then you get real high off the fumes, and you just imagine what the crime scene looked like. Here, look, I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You had an extra pair of those things? Oh, God. Oh, no, they put Ace Attorney on the virtual boy. Oh, no. To spray for a blood reaction, spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Boy, this really is turning into a DS game, isn't it? This thing, it's like, give me flashbacks to like, Trauma Center and things like that, where it's like, you gotta tap on everything all the time. Touch the screen to spray it on. Okay, let's find us some blood stains. Well, I'm gonna tap on the ground. Yeah, there you go. Anyone else got any blood? Yeah, I know. It was like the first place I sprayed. They wanted me to spray everywhere, huh? Okay. Enhance! I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So is this a blood stain? It's so... Emma, you're shaking. It's just... This is my first time seeing real blood. Yes, I mean, it is blood, but... It's glowing neon blue through red glasses. And how are you a high schooler and you've never seen blood? Like, kids scrape their fucking limbs all the time. What? Scientific investigation in action. It was on the knife, right? We literally saw blood earlier in this case. Screen swap. You want enhance on the virtual boy screen? At your own peril. Okay, well, we definitely know this is a bloodstain. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course. What's odd about this, scientifically? The amount of blood. It's not a lot of it. The perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought there, right? Now it's swapped back to the tops. God, this fucking game. Don't you think there'd be a little more blood? I definitely think so. I mean... Look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. Why is she not upset about that blood? Why even introduce that part with her? It's strange. If they fought here, there'd have to be more blood stains than this. Hey, Mr. Wright. See how I'm marking up the floor plans when we find a blood stain? Thanks for scribbling on my court documents, Emma. See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah, that's very useful information to have. I saved up my allowance to buy this. She would save up her allowance to buy luminol testing fluid. That's different. Shoe blood isn't real. We can't be sure the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. And we'll drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yeah. Feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? As opposed to before, when we were investigating a crime. This luminol stuff is gonna come in handy. Ha! I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Miss Starr! You only trust your own eyes. Not bad, you two. This day-old deli box is on the house. Oh boy, I love my deli meats arranged in a grid. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead-in doesn't really get my mouth watering. I love Lunchables. Thanks for bringing me one. Check out this luminol. How does she still have a job? Why is she here? Isn't that suspicious? Could you take a look at this? You. Yes? You said you want some hot tea. Okay. Yeah. More tea, please. Okay. What's up, ma'am? Word association slam poetry in a courtroom and called it lawyering. Correct. You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Starr, but no, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from that security room right there. Yeah. Could have saved us a lot of hassle if you just said that from the start. But I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry? You lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. It's also perjury, but no one cares about perjury in this world. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. I swear it on my honor as a detective and lunch lady. She stabbed Goodman. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? The fact that you can't see any part of Goodman? I mean, I don't know why she would go through the effort to stab a dummy, but dumber things have happened. So, you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Starr? Yes. It was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal when they faced me, they coughed it up. Oh, that's why they call you Cough Up Queen. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know, I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. She really can be your angel or your devil, huh? I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I drag the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. And before long, they called me the Cough Up Queen. Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunchies. And you were let go, fired? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. I trust her implicitly. It's all because of that case, the SL9 incident. Here we go. Wait, she doesn't mean. Phoenix Wright, what, ESL? What does that have to do with the case? Do I have to present her with that? What do you think about this? SL9 incident. On that knife. And on that note. Okay, that's nice you can just present either. Was your nickname more child appropriate in the Japanese version? I kinda doubt it. I almost feel like it's meant to be a double entendre either way. But I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Goodman! Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know? Really? That knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. Like, cough up the truth? That, correct. But, yeah, the way they're like, oh, that could have had a few other meanings. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over. Not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Nope, apparently not. Do I have to present the knife to you as well? A body with Edgeworth's knife stuck in it was found in Edgeworth's car. That's the wrong knife. I think he owes me his gratitude. If I wins the crime, he would have been the suspect. Why didn't our chief prosecutor have her own murder weapon ready, right? This. What do you think about this? Okay. On the knife and on the note. Okay. How do I get her to talk more about SL9? If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room. But even I get flustered sometimes, so you went straight to the scene of the crime and climbed the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder? That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime. Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. The 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Starr. You lying was the problem. Listen, little girl. I've had my testimony disregarded before, and I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Well, you managed to get that happening twice, so... Good job. Just like that time. That time. I want to ask you about SL9. The parking lot? Could you take a look at this? No. Okay. That's not how it works, madam. Check out this luminol testing fluid. Okay. Wow, pre-infused tea leaves. What will they think of next? The shoe? Cool. Rad. How do I... Okay, alright, okay. Now it shows up. I don't understand. Okay, that's when I learned the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. Oh yeah, wasn't Marshall a detective and he was demoted to demoted to patrolman? That probably was tied to the same case as well. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence, so they didn't solve it. On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Oh. Hey crowds. Phoenix hardcore gay sex for the end of Pride. This isn't Google, but thank you for 44 months, crowds. How you doing? Appreciate it. He was always drunk on the job? I mean, maybe. Executed. Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. I second that request. Happy Pride, everyone. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence, not even a little. What? But the criminal was executed, right? Evidence of a sort. Made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those? Myself and one other person you know well. Could it be? Who's she talking about? Exactly. Officer Jake Marshall. Oh, yeah. I thought she was saying someone else was let go from the force. He's on security detail in the police department, isn't he? Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. From above, from below, from the sides, from a top-down isometric perspective. Jake was particularly determined. And then it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9? There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait. Those lunches you sell. There is only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate. Miss Star's old boyfriends. How many does she have anyway? Just when the detectives on the case have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, rookie. What? Me? It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yeah. Got nothing else to do. Then you should take this. A Salisbury steak lunch? I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Steak lunch put in pocket. It made a mess. Miss Star? Officer Marshall, is he your... Are you his... Are you going out? Thank you, Captain. Thanks for the prime. Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago, when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too back then. This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now he's so cold. I mean, he's not really cold, he's just kind of leaning really hard into the cowboy persona. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall. Tell me about the Blue Badger. What do you know? Thanks, Alcast. What'd you do? Thanks for the lunch. You'll give that to Jake like I asked, won't you? You and Officer Marshall, are you going out? We're cooperating, that's all. We're just putting the past to rest. Thank you. Okay, where is he? Maybe the police department? Let's see if Lana's here. Maybe she is. Why is she wearing jelly donuts on her head? Because she sells them. Looks like Miss Sky isn't questioning. Hope the detectives aren't yelling at her. How did you kill him in two places at the same time? Can you imagine? How's she supposed to answer that? Wait a second. The chief said they'd caught the criminal at the police department. Let's come back later. There he is. Oh, there's the Blue Badger. Wow, everyone looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective in this department, after all. Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot. It makes my head hurt. Well, first things first. I want to check out the crime scene here. Yeah, you sound dead set on investigating. Too soon. Too soon. Don't mess up or we could wind up dead. It's not even a pun. I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's gonna help us much either. Show me the blue badger. So this is the police mascot, is it? The blue badger, future star of the police force. The design's a little changed from one outside. Ah, well, Dancing Blue Badger TM is still under development, you see. Did he just say TM out loud? You have it trademarked? Absolutely. It's cutting edge stuff, very now. I showed this doll here to my daughter and she burst into tears. Don't show her the moving mock-up outside then, you'll give her nightmares. A poster of a female police officer. That's the latest Babes in Uniform calendar, my bad. Oh, they updated it for the new year. That's good. They have their priorities here in the police department. That must be the head detective. He's glued to his computer screen. Detective killed in the evidence room. Tell no one outside the police department. No! I told that old lady at the restaurant everything. Someone's getting a demotion. Oh. Oh no. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. I know, the killer used dry ice. If you put it between the latch and the door, the room could be sealed shut. This is good. I'll win a writer's award for sure. He's not writing a report, he's writing a novel. These are detectives' desks. There are computers and files in each one. Funny, they're a lot tighter than I expect. They don't spend a lot of time at their desks. Okay. Can I go from here to the evidence room? No. Maybe Gumshoe's outside. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast, they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense. The detective did get killed in their own department. So, the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk. Here it is. She's like a kid in an amusement park. A real crime scene. Let's go take a look. So, now maybe I can go in. There he is. There he is. The blue badger's still writhing around today. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. He is! That's the new Fortnite dance they're gonna put in. Man, I wish this was on the 3DS so I could view this in stereoscopic 3D. Feel like I'm really there, you know? Speaking of dancing, the whole police department has been dancing around like crazy since yesterday. My best impression of the dance? Yeah, just... Can you take out his batteries? I just can't help but feel he's gonna do something naughty. I mean, look at him. Look at that smile. Those cold, dead eyes. The slight curve of the lips as he grins eternally into the dark. You really gotta pop it and lock it. Look, that patrolman is saluting the other guy. He must be a detective. What were you thinking? Where's your head? It's right here, sir. I guess he wasn't saluting, he was showing the detective where his head was. That is like the most Shu Takumi thing I've ever experienced. They make a good pair. They sure do. Ah, he wasn't saluting, he was indicating where his head is, of course. Very good. As you were. I can go into the security guard office? Wait, since when? Okay. Evidence room entrance. Oh, it is the evidence room entrance. It's the guard station for the evidence room. I see. I thought this was the security guard room for the parking lot. And I was like, huh? Hey, Bricka Bracka. Who's Sci-Fi Maya? She's Emma. What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond that door is the evidence room, the scene of the crime. It sure seems that way. Oh. Oh. What's wrong? It's those cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing, it's hard to think straight. I can only think gay. If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this is a guard station, where is the guard? I have a feeling I know who this guard is already. Yeah, I give you one guess. It's Edgeworth. Happy Pride. Luminol the cacti. Someone poked themselves. Could be anyone. Yipes, that sure is prickly. Must be the real deal. I would think that just one big one would be sufficient. This cactus is a lot like my sister, actually. Miss Sky. Encased in a cold, rigid shell with thorns pointing in every direction. Just like her. You know, I've been looking at this cactus for a while now, and I don't see the resemblance. It's more an attitude thing than a physical similarity. Oh. I thought you're saying she was green and has one arm coming out over this side, one arm like much lower down over there, and no other features resembling a human. You know, mate, I could hook up your sister with Charlie back at the office. They might get along. Just saying. Not putting any pressure or anything. Just. It looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of here. Well, okay, that simplifies the case considerably. This cactus stirs me emotionally. Charlie X Cacti Lana, let's go. It looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. Yes, I thought I was looking at the computer. What about the little cactus? Does he have a saloon sign? Look, on the floor, a lasso. Right next to the door. Looks like it's set up to trap something. A trap here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here. But the lasso missed! Case closed, detective. Sure have an active imagination. Good. The evidence room is beyond that door. Where the fuck was that when we got tased? Yeah, that's a great question. Let's just walk in. It won't open. You thought it'd be open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. Good thing there's no one here and we can just do whatever we want. There's a security guard uniform hanging here. That's not a security guard, it's like a poncho. Looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. A leather jacket, leather pants, leather... What was that called again? A punchy? A paunchy? A pinchy? PB Pincho? I know, a poochie! Orf. Maybe that wasn't it. It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information myself for the time being. Why, Phoenix? Please, help her. Throw her a bone. This swinging door makes this place look like some kind of saloon. But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. What the fuck? So, one day, fucking, the Detective Marshal's going into work with planks of wood, a hammer, and nails. And then people hear hammering noises and are like, eh, he's fine. Don't worry about him. It's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. I mean, I could step over it. You can't get in that way. Of course not. If you went in through here, the cactus would fall over. Ouch. Say it'd be more of a yarg myself. Phoenix does seem the type to yell at year when he gets hit by something. The evidence room's behind that door. Okay. Then... may I have permission to go in, please? This place is charged with, what? Please? Wasn't that? One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you. Night shift gets boring. Yeah, you gotta make a saloon door. Detective Gumshoe. That's a saguaro cactus with 2 arms. It's over 100 years old. There's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now's no time for despair. We've caught our criminal, now we just need evidence. The criminal, you mean... You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, pal? I mean, I would have now if I didn't know already. On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department. And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto. Standing around here talking isn't gonna fill my belly. Wait, don't leave. If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later. Don't tell me the suspect is Marshall. And that's why he's not anywhere to be found today. He ran off to the evidence room. Did they go, oh man, a guy's been murdered in the evidence room, and the only person nearby is the guard, which is Marshall. Therefore, he did it. I wouldn't put it past them. Well, this investigation's off to a running start. Let's see. How do I get back there? Detention center. Was I right? Visitor's room. Still, I do feel better about things. A little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best to not go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. Ugh. What was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? I'd say I was the perpetrator again, sir. That's what I'd say. Did they arrest Foghorn Leghorn, chat? I say I was perpetrated again, sir. That's what I'd say. Oh no! Not fucking Meeks? What's his name? Meeks? Oh, hi, greetings, sir. Now I'm just a simple space country chicken. Oh, sorry. I thought you was corn. Hi, greetings, sir. Yeah, Mr. Meeseeks. I know who you are. Meekins, that was it. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? What happened to his hand? I didn't notice that before. I was too distracted by the rest of him. I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Officer Meekins, you're a guard here at the detention center? No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman like a little lost lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report. No, sir, how should I say this? Wait, he isn't. Is he? Officer Meekins, you didn't, did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir? What? What? Now this is an unexpected turn of events. This man looks like he was drawn by a completely different art team. He looks like he was drawn, he looks like he fell out of, like, what does he remind me of? He looks like someone from, like, an Astro Boy comic or something. Like, he has, like, a much older anime look to him. Rock Lee. We drew him wrong as a joke. Kind of Lupin-esque, yeah, a bit. A little bit. Remember the dumb guy in the Scary Movie? The Scary Movie. Yeah, he could be the mascot. Burger Pants vibes Undertale. Just, like, really over the top. Hi. Hey, no, then. Wait, hold on. I do want to examine this guy. This guard monitors the visitor's room. Seeing a fellow patrolman in here must make him worry about his own fate in life. No comments from the peanut gallery. Yeah, that'll teach him. Well, first things first, I need to introduce myself. Hi, I'm an attorney. Officer Meekins, have a look at this. Go ahead, sir. Laugh. Laugh at me, sir. Ha ha, huh? I know what you want to say. You're gonna tell me how she has one just like it. Huh? Me? Why would I? I know, sir, I know. I'm the only one without a girl with matching badges. Huh? Nowhere! I'm alone, all alone. Is that so wrong? Life isn't all about high school sweethearts and youthful romance, sir. Is he talking about those badges on her coat? I like to think there's a difference between my badge and a fashion accessory. Check this out. Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey! That's it, sir, that's it, that's it! That's what? My head was a blank until this very moment. You don't say. But sir, now I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Oh my god, his hand's a gavel. Correct, that card was the cause of it all. This ID card? Exactly, sir, that's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir, nothing. I better pry into this one a little deeper. Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this? I'm sorry, sir, really sorry, I have no idea what that is. Maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth, sir. He's passing the buck, Mr. Wright. Takes a special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth. What about the knife? This is for you. I'm scared of knives, sir. It's okay, I just wanted you to take a look at it. That's it, sir. Last night, sir. That's the one. I was an apple, sir, in my dream, sir, and I was being peeled. On second thought, you don't have to look at the knife. He's overreacting to the knife, but I guess he's been through a lot. Can you take a look at this? I don't know what that is. This is a parking stub. How about the blue badger? Could you take a look at that? He doesn't know what the blue badger is. The mascot of the police station? The autopsy report? He doesn't know what an autopsy report is. I just want to make sure he doesn't know anything. How about the SL9 case? Nope, doesn't know what that is. Okay. On a cell phone? Probably not. Nope. Cool. He doesn't know how to passively breathe. Yeah, he's been through a lot. Okay. Okay, how about the crime scene? There's the prosecutor's office. There you go. The day that Detective Goodman's body was found in the trunk. So this means I'm a free man, innocent. If this is a dream, sir, then I hope I never wake up. If this is a dream, you'd better wake up right now. You're mishearing the background music as Coconut Mall. How sleep deprived are you? How does this turn into Coconut Mall? Even if you slowed it down. Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this? I don't know what that is. Wake the fuck up, Meekins. How about this knife? How do you feel about this knife? Ah, I'm scared of knives. I was an apple. I was being peeled. More like nap time. Yeah, I'll be up a nap. How about luminol testing fluid? Do you know what this is? He doesn't know what that is. And last but not least, how about a steak lunch, sir? He doesn't know what steak is. Okay. Let's talk. I can hear it now. I want to throw that arrow and if it makes it weird one more time, I swear. Yeah, I'm keeping the audio kind of low because it sounds awful when he does that. The day of the crime. Sir, I'm a patrolman with general affairs, sir. Yeah, hold. Yeah. Why don't they take the megaphone away from them? They don't take anything away from them from when they're detained. Ooh, that's got some crunch to it. Cat jam, but slow. Yeah. And then... yeah, I don't hear it. Slocohnut Mall. I'm a patrolman with general affairs, sir. I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir, and so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard office in front of the room was empty, sir. Normally there's a guard at the evidence room. That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room. Now the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? I don't believe that office belonged to Marshall. Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. They were sus, sir. A sus person. Yo, whoa, whoa, whoa. I wanted to look at that sprite a little more. Did he have his hands handcuffed and then he was like grabbing his neck? Speed up this song. I can't just speed up the DS. The heck is this guy doing? So what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. White, red, and then black. Well, it's black and white and red all over. A book! He read a book! And then when I came to, I was here in the detention center. How long were you out? Days? Might I ask, what happened to your hand? Also, how did... We saw him after the murders were committed. What? I stopped Coconut Mall right before the part that sounds similar. Honestly, good for everyone in chat that we won't have to hear that now. No, here we go. No, I still have it open. What do we got over here? Oh, wait. Hit. The latter half of the saxophone part. Okay. I'm gonna get there. You're talking about the part after this. This part? No, it's pretty much that part, not the current one. Okay, yeah, I still don't hear it. But you're welcome to believe it. Well, might I ask, what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. A bandage on his hand. Just like Miss Sky. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. But first things first, tell me about the victim. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir. If you have to label me as persecutor or victim, sir, then label me victim. I would, but you happen to be in detention and alive and well at that. But yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So you didn't know him. Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of light or other creature comforts. Devoid of light, huh? He's pushed away into a closet, isn't he? I don't know any detectives. So, if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir, none. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. Tell me about your hand. He works inside a fridge. And your hand. That happened when Goodman was stabbed? Well, you see, sir, don't you think you should just confess? How come normally they meet people in detention and they're like, you're innocent, we're gonna defend you. And this guy, they're like, why'd you do it? Why'd you kill the man? He's like, I don't remember. I blacked out. I don't think so. It wasn't me. I wouldn't do that. And they're like, yeah, but how'd you kill him? Why'd you do that? He clearly did it. He's annoying. Sir, but there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do. Sir, to tell the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew, you were, huh? Then when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir, all alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. What? Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hands, sir. Oh, the shock, oh, the sorrow, sir. Can you imagine how I felt? The victim's body disappeared. That's some story. Alright. I don't think we're gonna get anything else out of him. Huh. Can we go back to... Can we go back to the evidence room now? Pushing the DS's tech with that guy. Yeah, you couldn't render that man on the Game Boy Advance. No way, no how. Still can't go in there, huh? Where the hell am I supposed to go then? The parking lot? No? Present something now? Means they're locked, they talk to them first? I guess I could try. I don't know what I would... Haven't been here yet. I wish they didn't render him on the DS either. Hey, come on. Well, this place is certainly tidy today. And it will be tidy tomorrow, too. Incidentally, he's not here. I'm sure he's off doing important investigations. I hope that's what he's doing. I guess we'll have to come back. Okay. I know what to do. I'll spray him with luminol testing fluid. Oh. Someone used a marker to write their name on this. It says Emma Sky on the bottom. Emma Sky. Don't tell me you bring this with you everywhere you go, and you're worried that people misplace it and think it's theirs. You never know where something might go down. Just what kind of a world do you think we live in? I mean, she is correct about that, but... Okay. Wait, spray. I'm gonna spray. Oh. Never mind. Yeah, I wouldn't expect there to be anything there. What could I present him with? That would be anything. How about this now? Do you know what this is? Nope. Rendered him dead. Emma listens to True Crime Podcast. Yep. The photo is the same. I'm a free man. Okay, thank you for that. Huh. Still showing fluids in blood, right? Yeah, I hope so. I feel like I'm done here, but I don't know what I should do now. I need to find Marshall and give him a steak, but I don't know where he is. Sup? Where should we begin? Isn't it obvious we should begin with that, you know, that thing? Can we illumine all the evidence room? That's a great idea. The mystery of the victim, I guess. How could one man, Detective Goodman, be killed in two places simultaneously? Well, you see, we should go to the police department. The evidence room, was it? I'm not being very useful here, am I? No, you're being very helpful. No, I went back there and he wasn't there. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. You're becoming a thorn in my side, Worthy. There have been rumors. After all, you were in the defendant's chair just last year. Yeah. There was that business with him not reading that officer's report. About the killing at the police department, right? The chief of police was right about that. They were the soup. But I can't help but think. Someone at the police department doesn't like Edgeworth. I mean, it's definitely not coincidence that his car and knife were used here. Any blood here? Anybody got any blood? Anyone get lassoed here? Anyone prick on the cactus? Oh! Someone did. Someone did. Enhance! We got a reaction! There's clearly blood around the thorns here. This room's pretty messy. Someone must have tripped over something and planted their head right in these thorns. I think that might be more painful than being murdered. That's it? Okay. Well, I guess I just spray every screen, huh? I bet he did it. I bet he did it! Nope, he's clear. Okay. Where else? Criminal Affairs Department. We gotta check. We gotta clear this one, too. Both blue badgers. He's innocent. Your Honor, that cursed doll did not murder a man. Not in this case, at least. Yet. Not yet. I mean, there could be more blood, I guess. Because she made a point of being like, look, I marked on the map where we found blood, so... Let me... record. Nope. Keep clicking that one. Maybe there's more back here. Yeah, there you go. Oh, I see. They just need you to kind of tap multiple times on the same spot. This blood must be from Lana. From when, Lana? No, my sister isn't the murderer. But she did call you, didn't she? At the time of the crime? And look, certain numbers are lit up. And her right hand is bandaged. Hey, just whose side are you on? This has nothing to do with taking sides. So this means that Lana's hand had blood on it. This just keeps getting worse. Can I inspect which numbers she dialed? No? Is there any more? Hey Shiv, how you doing? You're just here to squish Maya, and you're not wrong for doing so. So there's really no one else here. I guess there's more with Meekins that I missed. Hey, would there be bloodstains here from when Mia was killed? That'd be kind of fucked up. Okay, they cleaned that up. That would be really traumatic if there's just an outline of a body there and you're like, oh yeah. That's kind of sad, huh? Don't. Too bad. I already did. Detention center. It's been 7 months. Yeah, but, you know. Missed opportunity. Yeah. I don't want to just go through all these again, but... see if anything's different. Take a look at this. He's gonna freak out. That's it. That's it. That's what. That's... my head was blank. I remember. That was the card. That's exactly it. Nothing can be more. Probably it's a little deeper. But we already talked about that, yeah? Oh, crime details. When did that show up? Do you have to talk to him and then present him the thing and then whatever? Can you tell me what it is you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a lost little patrolman, a lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room, and that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. It's a detective game, yeah. Take it easy on the luminol. Pulls luminol away from my mouth. Wait, how expensive? Don't drink that. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So he asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. What? It's probably just the knife that he had the evidence for. Sir, I assure you I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him. Do unto others before they do unto you. My own father's words, sir. That's not the that's not the line. I think you misunderstood. What happened then? Well, my eyes, sir, everything went white. When I woke, I was here. Right. I would smack him if he yelled at me with a loud horn, yeah. So, Officer Meekins, why was it they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim whom he met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know. Yeah. Okay, we don't even know if anyone actually died. Add a second one in there. That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Chad. That is, I did say something along those lines. Huh? But you still ended up here. Salad. Thank you. They told me that it had to be him, sir, on that day at that time. Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly? Ice Cream, what's going on? Oh my god, where do we start? A man was murdered in 2 places at once, and this guy is accused of killing him at the police station. That's the shortest version of it. Shortest possible summary for it. You don't remember the events clearly. No, but the videotape is quite clear. Videotape? From the security camera. The crime, my crime, the crime I swore to stamp out. It's there, it's me, it's on tape. What's a tape? I'm a zoomer, and what is this? And you wait until now to tell us this? I'm sorry, really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No thanks, I have my own. Guess we better go check out the crime scene. Oh, it's cellotape. He made a little diagram out of tape on the ground. Okay. We're defending the woman accused of killing him in a parking lot, and this dude is the guy accused of killing him in a police station. Yeah. Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's standing at the head detective's desk. It's Chief Gant. Are you sure this is all? You know what it means if there's anything missing. Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked the drawers, the lockers, the garbage cans, the coat pockets, the pillowcases behind the computer monitors, the coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away, deal? Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir. The head detective looks a little flustered. Aha, righto, my boy. How you been, swim much? Oh ho ho, Chief Gant, reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? No, he's got good guy music. This is very good guy music. Love swimming. You got food? Nice. Is Edgeworth gonna be okay? Oh, Worthy. Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. Yep, well, we've had no end of trouble with the boys since last year. You mean the incident on Gourd Lake? It doesn't look good having one of our top people sitting in the defendant's seat. Now you got someone else found guilty in that case, right, Righto? Von Karma. I trust him with my life. Yeah, he seems so trustworthy. A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court, you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence. What do you mean, fixed it? Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What? This is more the Gant I was expecting to see. Also, I think it's very cool that they took the opportunity to add an extra case into the DS version and have it related to Fallout from the earlier cases. It's pretty good. It feels nice and consistent to be like, hey, look, there's consequences to what happened with Von Karma. It's almost like karma. It's downright odd, I tell you. I mean, it happened at exactly the same time. The murder at the prosecutor's office. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? Now, Righto, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive and I can't talk about it. Wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets, can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the head detective's trap shut. He was the one you were picking on earlier. Oh, you saw that. Whoops. I wonder what it was he wanted the head detective to do. Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. I'm an attorney. Look at my badge. Could you take a look at this? Sorry, Redo. I'm through with that stuff. Through, I say. Go find that guy who can't seem to sit still out there. The busy one. The guy who can't sit still. You mean Gumshoe? Him or the dancing blue badger? Either would be good. I was wondering, can you take a look at this? Nope. Is he not going to look at anything I have? What about the blue badger? Show me the blue badger! Tell me about SL9, please, sir. Okay. What about, the murder weapon? Okay. What about the trophy? He seems like he's not gonna say anything. I just wanna... Anything I think might be a thing. You want a steak? Nope. How about this? How about this evidence, please, sir? Okay. Alright, goodbye. See you later. Gumshoe's not here. Well. Hey, Negative Space. How you doing? Hope you've been good. They do have middies. Everyone do.
Nice.
Thank you, Donkey Kong Coyote. Wait, what am I missing? Show him the thinker. This statue is actually a clock, sir. What do you think of that? Is there more I'm supposed to be doing with him? Huh. Self-imposed timeout. Hey, listen. Hope it was a good timeout. But where is Gumshoe? Parking lot. Nope. Oh, wait, was this updated to show? Yep. Good. Huh. Spray him with the stuff. Yeah, I would if I could. Check this out. So I got basically nothing of use from him. Rad. Nah. No. Maybe Edgeworth is back? Nope. Is there something else I can do with him? Examine the chief? Oh. Maybe, yeah. I mean, we kind of overheard their conversation, but you're right, maybe there is... Shit. I did it wrong. It's incorrect. Go over. Go over criminal. Examine. Sorry you had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? I see. Okay. Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here? Of course not. Except for this. You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. Uh-huh. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. That seems very significant. Examine the chat. Chat's just smiling. Hi, chat. A lost item. Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21st. I'll make a note of that just in case. Goodman's lost item report added to the court record. I should probably get a quick look around the crime scene. Now can I go there finally? Half-written document date was February 21st. We submitted to the chief. Bruce Goodman, ID 5 scribble. Status report. Mm-hmm. What was the ID? 5L-9. No, SL-9, but it looks like a 5. So that's probably SL9. Not that. This. I mean, that's very clearly a 5. That's very clearly a 5 under ID. I don't know. It's fine. Let's go. It's weird I have to go back to the entrance to then go into the security guard office, but hey, you know. Can I go in now? Can I go? Wait, I didn't mean that. Wait, or maybe I need permission from Gant? I'm assuming this is still closed. Let's walk in. It won't open. Maybe I can talk to Gant now. I mean, Phoenix was like, oh, okay, let's go to the scene of the crime now. So I was like, okay, let's go, but you actually can't. Yep, okay. Like, that's how this game tends to work, but it's a little bit misleading when he's like, okay, let's go. It's like, we can't yet, okay. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask a favor. We don't want cops to know they're cops, yeah. On second thought, this is a silly place. Right. Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright asked me for help. Boobs. Listen, he's just allowed to have a little bit of mini chat. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. I asked you a question. Now, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry, I don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead! Investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. It just goes to show you never know until you ask. Can I have $50? Can you? I'm for you here. You can borrow this. Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it? That's a special card for guests. Don't lose it. Yes, sir. It's an honor. You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks. And then he cross-faded away. So he was a ghost. Looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir. Because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir. This place is a bad influence on the girl. Okay, now we can go. Now we can go. Can you give Gumshoe? Yeah, Gumshoe needs $50. Poor guy. Let's get office. Examine the door. The evidence room is beyond that door. And we have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha! The card reader is turned off, see? What is that security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Well, what's made my Bambina's skies so gray? There's Matt Mercer again. Officer Marshall. Somehow I knew. What's that somehow I knew look for? As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest. That better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. Yeehaw? Yippee-ki-yay. Well, what you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy then? Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. Anyway, let's talk. A nice tall glass of sarsaparilla. I was wondering if we could talk to you. Sorry, Bambina, but I'm off to roam the lands like a tumbleweed on the wide prairie. Like a gunslinger loading a six-shooter, I say a little prayer. Grork? What was that all about, Mr. Wright? I think he was just too hungry to talk. You're just saying that because his stomach was growling. You have no idea what he was talking about either. In any case, we need to get cracking on this investigation pronto. Him and Lotta would get along. I was wondering if we could talk to you. Sorry, Bambina, I'm off to roam the lands. I'm hungry. Well, we can do something about his hunger. I'm an attorney. Sheriff's back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence. This is not the Wild West. Yeah, okay. I guess so. I'm lost. Yeah, okay. Here's your steak, sir. That smell. Reminds me of Texas. It's a Salisbury steak bento box. He's like, yeah. Just the bento box is just like back down Dallas way. Yes. Them little squares of sushi, just like they do in Texas. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby? Yeah, Miss Star. What's this? What? What's wrong? A filet steak lunch. I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Steak lunch given to Marshall. All right, Bambina, you win. Ask. Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. Did he just eat the entire steak in 2 seconds? He's a Texabo. A Texaboo? Not a weeaboo, a Texaboo? He liquidized it in his flask. Ugh. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? He ate the box. You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, but I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. That poor little doggy. Poor guy. I keep getting his name wrong, calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, but since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know? Considering how much you like to cosplay and drink on the job, it's not really a surprise to hear that. What were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy. Note, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know? Man thinks he's too cool for veggies with his steak. Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. Cosplay and drink on the job, you should be a streamer. You'd be a great streamer. It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of a crime. That's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you? That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it, anyway? We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened. There's some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago, the day of our case. That's right. The evidence transferals. Edgeworth was talking about the transferals too. Boiled broccoli kills him. Only potatoes go with steak. Yeah. I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do. Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. Broccoli or cauliflower? The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras. Those are the ones Meekins mentioned. If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. Oh, good. And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of those tapes? I reckon they might be. You're the security guard and you reckon? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card, thus the card reader by the door. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card passed through. 8675309. Kind of looks like it. So this is the ID card record. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, Bambina, I can't show you more than that. Yeah, 421, all 7s. I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there's some way I can prove that record is tied to the stabbing. The transferal. In real Texas, we have a disproportionate amount of tech and web developers, and we love steamed broccoli. Sounds like the Texas I know. Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transferal thing's about? We keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept here until the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years, so we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the police station. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February. I see now. Transferal's like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated. And that happened to SL9 2 days ago. Yeah, Goodman's ID. See this? This is the victim's ID card. Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot. The number on this is 5842189. Officer Marshall, show us the ID number on that ID card record. 5842189, 5:14 p.m. The fourth number, it's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. Or someone who had his ID card like we do now, but sure, yes. But wait, what did Officer Meekins say? Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing, suddenly he pointed a knife at me. If he had his ID card then, why would he have pointed a knife at Meekins? All right, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID card record. ID card record added to the court record. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. Hey, what's your ID number, sir? The sheriff's back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence. The only thing they trusted with is their shooting hand. This is neither Wild nor West. Any main beef entree plus steamed broccoli is an absolute win of a meal. Agreed. Okay, he doesn't care about evidence. Yeah. Alright. Well, let's check out the scene of the crime, where we were previously tased. I turned on the card reader. Go have yourself a ball, partners. And I have the ID card, a real ID card. Let's get this investigation started already. Is it... Do I have to inspect the... Is it... Can I just go now? Or am I missing the pixel I have to tap on? Good. Great. This is not West. Yeah. Yeah, don't think about it. February 23rd, evidence room, sector 3. Is this a different evidence room than the one we were tased in? Looks quite different. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. Must be over here. So this is the evidence room. It really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyard's supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Wasn't trying to. Ah, it's the ghost of Gumshoe. Whoa! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So is it true what I heard? Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give him $50, no problem. Is that what Gumshoe's freaking out about? Investigate that room to your heart's desire. Will he really give $50 to anyone? Yeah, it's true. So Chief of Police can't. We'll loan anyone $50. There it is. Okay, good. Great. Very A+ writing. Yeah, even me. So that's what you were talking about. Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today. Boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you'll want to have this. Evidence room floor plan. Let's take a look at that. Oh my god, we're on a third page of evidence now. I don't think that's happened before. Scene of the stabbing of a detective at the PD. Ah, it's an L-shaped room. Is Gumshoe a himbo? Remind me what the triangle was? It's like a beefy, dumb... It's like these two are himbo, these two are twink, these two are buff, kind, and dumb. That's what it was. Yeah. Kind, stupid, and beefy. Swole. Respects women. That's like a separate point on the board. He's like the definitional one. Judge for a day. So, Detective Gumshoe, you're boss for the day. Blue Badger sung 5,000 times. You got it. That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department. But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings? This is the way. Thank you, Shiv. They're using our findings from yesterday's investigation to prepare for the trial. Yeah, this was this. It was this. Beep boop beep boop. A himbo must be kind, beefy, and stupid. That's right. Okay, kind and beefy is a hunk. Beefy and stupid is a jock. Kind and beefy, decent. There you go. Yeah. Himbo. There you go. Yeah. Thank you, Shiv. Running back. Thank you. They're using our findings to prepare for the trial. In other words, Detective Gumshoe got kicked out of the investigation again. I am the decent mouse. That was what we determined last time. I'm the fucking rat from Rescuers. I'm adamant, though. I'm gonna take control and put this case to rest. And in my own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here, Detective Gumshoe? Of course! I am a detective, after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal. That's how it works? Only you can open? That seems important. Doop-a-doop-doop-a-doop. Doop-doop-doop-doop-doop. This was the updated from Weeb. This is a lot of text. This guy's yoked. He's a slab of grade A beef, whether he knows it or not. Has the himbo physicality. Decently athletic, or maybe just large, but not the Adonis that a true himbo is capable of being. Not physically impressive at all, just looks like a regular dude, does not have the himbo physicality. So this is physicality from beefy to normal-ass man. Is thick of head and gold of heart, a lovable idiot with a true himbo mentality. Is either a dummy or a really dependable guy, but not a complete mix of both. Actually pretty smart, or just not a good dude. It doesn't have the himbo mentality. So Thor, Kronk, and Goku is a himbo, because that's mentality and physicality. Johnny Bravo's a himbo. Has the physicality, not the complete mentality? I mean, Johnny Bravo's pretty thick of head and gold of heart, isn't he? Whatever. Ivan Drago's a himbo. Yeah, he does not have the himbo mentality. That's fair. Decently athletic with the himbo mentality, Link. Large, but kind of a mix, Hurley. Athletic, maybe just large, not himbo mentality, Jamie Lannister. Yeah. Bravo's a fuckboy. He's not a himbo. Okay. Not impressive physically, but the himbo mentality means Forrest Gump is a himbo. Not physically impressive and not the full mentality is Brock is a himbo. And then not physically a himbo, not mentally a himbo is Severus Snape. Is the chaotic evil of the himbo grid. I hate that a lot. Anyway, that is beyond chaotic evil. That's off the chart evil. The incel part of the grid. There you go. Thank you very much. Thank you. What are we talking about? Edgeworth. What is Edgeworth up to? I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens. The breadloaf chart. So Mr. Edgeworth is with the Inquiry Committee now, right? They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I see. I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case. That case! SL9, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. Tell me about the safe first. This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using this ID card. Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my third card since entering the force already. That doesn't seem surprising. That sounds like a lot. Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand. Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint. Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. And that's the only locker we can open. Wow, this place is a lot more chaotic when you pan to the right. Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see? The handles? On the other side of the handles is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it, you get a shock. What? If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. Does he think that he lives in a cartoon? In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There's even some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So even if you have the right fingerprints, you still can get zapped if you're the wrong person? How does... Or is it just if your fingerprint doesn't match, then you get zapped? So the only way you can grab the handles if the fingerprints match. That's a lawsuit waiting to happen. Yeah, that's a terrible idea. Okay. You don't actually get shocked? No zap, I made it up. Oh. Okay. Okay, that completely went over my head. Thank you. Just... okay. Well, let's poke around. Actually, no, let me present him with things first. Like I am an attorney. Detective, here's my attorney's badge. You show me that every time we meet, pal. Roman, show their police badge. I wish I had a badge. That's the victim, Detective Goodman's ID card. These days, everything's cards and secret numbers. I can never relax. That's only because you always lose your card. I always forget my secret number, too. Scary, huh? My face should be ID enough. What's the world coming to? Detective Gumshoe, rebel against the system. I can't believe this game predicted Face ID. Hey, that's it! That's the King of the Prosecutors award Edgeworth got. We're at the award ceremony? Of course. Yep, that's the same as earlier. Why is it a shield and why is it broken? There's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Edgeworth's knife. Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Edgeworth's knife. What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? I didn't mean, of course she didn't do it. Blue Badger. This is my crowning achievement, my masterpiece, you might say. But art is always misunderstood, pal. Art? He was dancing proudly on the day of the awards ceremony, but there were a lot of people coming and going after the ceremony. So they took the Blue Badger away for a while. Really? Why? Oh, they said it was shameful or something like that. Shameful? I toiled night and day! I sympathize with Detective Gumshoe, but I can see why they moved it. So maybe the Blue Badger did commit the crime. Allow me to say one thing, speaking as a detective. I see a piece of evidence and nothing about it, I say nothing. That's fine. You bet it's fine, pal. Face ID fucking sucks. I hate watching people stand there staring at their phones completely blank face for like 2 minutes before they can actually use their Apple Pay. Fuck Apple. Yeah. I still miss Touch ID. The number of... it's like... I used to be able to just pick up my phone, put my thumb on the sensor, be like, ta-da, it's unlocked now. And now if I'm like in my car at a red light, I have to like take off my sunglasses or like type out my code. And I'm like, what the fuck? We're going backwards. Detective Goodman's note. And that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone. Because of the SL9 connection. That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago. His first case led to someone being convicted and executed off of flimsy evidence. That sucks. Phones don't have thumper anymore. The iPhones don't anymore. Drink your verification can. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. I miss when they moved from face to finger. Oh. Fuck Butch Hartman. I agree, but what does that have to do with anything? Why would evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there's some loose ends left on that case. Okay, doesn't know about the phone. The parking lot. No. I like when the I have nothing to say dialogue is quick. So I can mash through it. That's the photo Miss Starr took. Anything you tell us about it? That Miss Starr is quite the lady. Well, I remember it was winter. I was 16. We're discussing Johnny Bravo. I came in very late in that conversation then. She was the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened. 16. That's how old I am now. I wonder what happened. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school, too. The shoe? He did some of the worst episodes of Johnny Bravo. I believe it. Well, he doesn't know anything about the shoe. What about the knife? Detective Goodman's note. And that switchblade knife. The SL9 connection. Yep. How about this luminol testing fluid? Mind if we spritz around in here? Guess he doesn't care. The lost item report? Doesn't care. The ID card record. Could you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. I heard the rumors, so it was Goodman who came in here at the time of the murder. Whoa! What is it? That second number. It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth. How does he know Edgeworth's number? What? The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. Yo, nice, Kane. Hope you can cool off now. What? ID card record updated in the court record. Yeah. Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? And presumably around the same time he was getting his award? It was that same day. So that was Miles, that was Bruce. And then I just now noticed that that 415-514 match. And if that's Meekins, why was he in there earlier after? This is getting weird. I mean, it already was. Allow me to say one thing. I don't know what that is. Cool. What about the evidence locker? You can't open the lockers if your fingerprint doesn't match. If you can open it, that the police department lacks faith in its lock. I accidentally mashed through that. Hold on. At the same time he's found dead. Yeah. What did he say there? If you can't open it, they'll give you 50 cents. Gotcha. He was passed out, but he was passed out after 5:15, not before. So it only gets weirder. Yeah. After all, Goodman was stabbed here after opening his locker. At the same time, he was found dead at the prosecutor's office. And the only explanation is he was in two places at once. There's no other way someone could be holding his ID who isn't him. As I'm holding his ID, and I'm not him. Okay. Good chat, Gumshoe. I'm gonna poke around a bit. Wow, look at this big pile of junk in the corner. That looks like a car door? Hook hand car door? There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Handcuff car door? Maybe the guy that caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away. That's one of those human profiles for range testing. He's been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. Why is that in the evidence room? Now I'm Detective Goodman. There's something sticking out of here. Looks like a shirt. I guess it must be evidence for some case. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was opened recently. How do you know? If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? Sounds like Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot, too. Bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat, either. If you're gonna talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal. That's the definition of not talking behind someone's back. You're welcome, Gumshoe. I'll say it to your face. I bet your shirt's not tucked in, detective. This place is stuffed with evidence, stuffed with dreams. I'm not so sure about the dreams. It won't open. I guess I should have known. Hey, pal, our security's high-tech around here. What about this? Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here. What a sorry-looking fishing pole that is. Is that Gumshoe's? Ah, that's my personal pole. I never did get around to using it. Wait, I've seen that somewhere before. Right, pal, that's the metal detector. The one that led to the solving of that case out on Gourd Lake, remember? Right. Wow, that feels like it was ages ago. And I don't think I've seen this one before. Oh, that's a radio locator. I'm sure it'll come in handy in solving some case sooner or later. That cheap-looking box? You can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. You gotta look at their heart. Good. I look forward to using that in Ace Attorney 17. The radio wave mystery. This place is stuffed with evidence and dreams. Yep. Yeah. What is a saw and paint doing here? Since the dawn of time. What? Huh? True art has always been a war against oppression. Is this where he made the blue badger? Why did he make it here? True art? I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the blue badger? Well, you might say this is my studio. Huh? Here? In the evidence room. There's got to be a better place than here, Gumshoe. Make sure this is the same. Yep. Someone left a glove here, but only one. Detective Gumshoe, maybe? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know. The SL9? It does have a tag on it. Rubber glove adds to court record. Someone must have broken something big to make all those pieces. Gumshoe, perhaps? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case. SL9. See the sticker on one of the pieces there? Another piece of SL9 evidence. Let's look at it. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. You want to try to put it back together? Ha! Good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Well, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up. That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Oh, alright. Huh? Huh? I'm confused. This is just a picture of a part of a... Huh? What? Okay. Okay. I need like a jaggedy bit. Yeah, that looks pretty jaggedy. Yeah, whoa. Now I'm over... Oh, what the... This is so weird. Play the music. Yeah, sure thing. There you go. Is that better? Now we're back at home. Yeah. Yeah. No. Maybe. Nope, that's the last one there. Hey. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Maybe you? Nope. Okay, hold on. Why is there a picture of a cup on the... I don't know. Well, I'm sure we'll know later. Get that in there. That looks more like it. Now we're over here. Bam. And then, what the fuck is this thing? Sure, no. Yeah. Okay. The weird slivery bit. Yeah. Professor? What's with all the blood everywhere? A body was discovered, Luke. A body? Yes, Luke. It's a murder mystery. Well, I don't know how I feel about that, Professor. What if I stick this in? Wait, I got it. What if I stick this vase back together? Luke, stop playing with toys. We need to put together the puzzle. How's it gonna help us determine who died? We know who died, we just don't know whence they died. Professor, you seem to be pretty bad at this. There's only 2 pieces left. Luke. I'm not in the mood right now, Luke. Professor, there's only 2 possibilities, Luke. You just kind of mush them together at random. That part was upside down. No, it wasn't. Thank you, Luke. A piece is missing, Professor. Don't at me, Luke. Every puzzle is a puzzle.
That should do it.
Huh?
Every puzzle has an answer.
But Professor, it's not. There's a piece missing. Did I stutter, Luke? Every puzzle has an answer. Especially this one. But it's not done. Huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing.
That only took me 2 minutes to do. The problem is finishing it.
Yeah, Were some pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with.
Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar.
I kind of understand how it got broken. Unstable jar. Adds to the court record.
Sometimes the answer is another puzzle. Sup, Ed?
You know you can do this puzzle in 4 moves? I resent that, Professor. Examine more. If you put these pieces together, it makes a jar. There are 2 things that bother me. 1, why are some pieces missing? 2, doesn't it seem a little unstable? No wonder it broke. Make sure I remember that next time I make a jar. Look, this one's open, and there's an indicator tag stuck on it still. That locker's coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Detective Goodman's locker. Are you sure it was okay to leave it open like that?
Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it.
It's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere. This place is stuffed with evidence and dreams. I dream a dream of evidence gone by. Look at that again. What the? Yeah, this is clearly part of something bigger. Check the glove. 2 days in a row. 2 Les Mises? The tag says SL911. I guess this is another piece of evidence from that case. You know, I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing. Emma? Huh? What's so confusing about that? Do you know how many other words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, zag. Zag? Is that a word? Do you challenge me? Are we playing a word game now? Emma doesn't like words that rhyme. Noted. Is there anything else to look at here? I guess that's it. What? Huh? Huh? What? How? Tapping doesn't do anything. What? Okay. I can check that, and it's just very zoomed in. Okay. Let's do this. Hey, thank you, Hero. That's a lot of blood. Any over here? Oh, ooh, oh. Eat! Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if you flat out the door. This just might be something significant. Also, that handprint only has blood on 3 of the fingers?
Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal.
What, this? It's called science, Gumshoe.
Where'd you get your hands on science?
Huh?
I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow $50 from the chief.
You can't buy science for $50, Gumshoe. Where do you get this, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. Well, I better jot this down on the floor plans. And then this spot over here. Come on. Yep. It's an alien! Hey, Fizz! How was your stream earlier? There must have been a massive amount of blood here. I've never seen so much before. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective?
Pale blue blood.
Maybe Detective Goodman was an alien. God damn it, Fizz. You called it. This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor plans.
Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked.
Sorry, no. Won 2 games. Xbox One controller being RB being silly. Apex was hard. Oof. Sorry about that, Fizz. Ghost Trick Blue People. Yeah. The Emperor Sith, whatever the fuck his name was. I'm gonna switch it. There you go.
Tell me about SL9. Now that was a bloody, violent case.
Bloople. Violent, so it was a murder. A serial killing. A serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake, and Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. And this was 2 years ago? That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight, and started the rumor mill. Rumors about forged evidence? It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. Huh? What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see? So, that switchblade knife, the victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? He was the victim? He was the detective, huh? Oh, they're saying the victim in this case, not in SL9. Got it. Okay. So, yeah. Captain Crunch got too deep in with the Mafia and had to repay some favors. Serial killer. Thank you, Flackman. Glad you enjoyed the VODs. And thanks for coming by a live stream. I don't know what that is. Cool. Rubber glove? He doesn't know what that is. Okay. Well, we have some new toys. And we have more people to show the, we gotta find out who the other numbers are. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep. Oh, maybe Edgeworth is back at his office. I bet you. You wanna bet? You wanna bet, chat? I'll take that bet. I bet you anything that Edgeworth is back in his office right now. I misspoke. I meant to say, he's probably not back yet, and that'll happen later. Hey, check out this ID card record. Officer Mickey's, can take a look at this. I'm sorry, sir, I have no idea what that is. But what? He's passing the buck. I owe him anything. No. By anything, anything was an asterisk, and the asterisk leads to a footnote that says, I'll play more Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. So it's a good thing Edgeworth wasn't there, because if he was, I didn't stream. Why can't I show him the ID card record? That seems pretty dang important. Okay. Back to criminal affairs. Is Gant still here? He's not. Maybe she knows some people's numbers. She knows a lot about stuff. And people and things. Could you take a look at this? You! Would you like some tea? Rep! Thank you for the raid, Rep. The Reb raid. Hello! Yeah, woo! Hope you had a good stream, Reb. Thank you kindly. Hope you're all doing well. We're, stumbling through case 5. It's going great. How you doing? Can you take a look at this? She doesn't want to look at that either. Cool. What about this jar? We got lost in Tokyo and Arkansas. Sounds just like Ace Attorney. Nice. She doesn't want to talk about any of this. Okay. Was there more with Gumshoe then? I mean, there wasn't a moment where they were like, what? Ed, thank you for gifting Reb. Her 11th month. Welcome back. Yo, you're doing GeoGuessr. Very nice. That is a good time. Maybe I'm not done with the evidence room. Maybe I missed something. Yeah, Bah, there it is. 11? 11! So much geography. Geography. You know about this? The sheriff's back in Wild West emplacement. Okay. No one knows nothing about nothing, huh? This? Great. Good. Arkansas is a place. That remains to be seen. Okay. 11s. What about second breakfast? 11s. Okay, what have I not looked at here? There's a bar near my home called Lost in Tokyo. Are you anywhere near there in GeoGuessr? This shit thinks Texas is in Japan. It's not? Thought I was decently thorough here. No, Emma, please, Emma. I'm begging you. Oh, there's very much a blood stain on the... Did I not spray that? What's this? Blood? How did I miss that? I guess all the other stuff on the screen is more eye-catching. It's a little warm, but there's definitely a handprint here. Looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright! What if there are other blood stains left in the room? We should use our testing fluid. I did, though. Wait. There's an indicator tag stuck on it still. That's Goodman's. Yeah, I know. I didn't mean to. Go back. I knew it! This is someone's right handprint. And the one on the other locker was also... Was that a right hand? I don't remember. But that one had fewer fingers. This is someone's right handprint. What? What's the matter, detective? This locker, it's mine. It's yours? I forgot to swap the screens, chat. Please forgive me. Other one was the left hand. Okay. Please. You have to help me when they come to take me away. Promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police. Is this the connection to the Blue Badger? The Blue Badger committed the crime and then wanted vengeance on his father and tried to get into his locker. But you're a detective. Hey, pal, look at the time. Yeah. Was there something you needed to be going to? Just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm gonna go give them my report for the day. What is that? What is that? What am I looking at? It might help, you know. Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. See you later, Gumshoe. I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say, too. There we go. I bet you almost anything that there's a chance that Edgeworth is back in his office now. But it's, you know, only a distinct possibility. We don't know for certain. That's where I'm to the next game. Oh. You know what we haven't looked at in a little bit? The Blue Badger. How's he doing? Maybe this is a good spot to get caught up in alerts. Just watch that for a bit. He's dancing, chat. Yeah, woo, Blue Badger. He looks so much like a badger. Let him go. I'm gonna regret this in the future. Yeah, but that's future me's problem. And I have a not spoilery, but still backseaty thing to ask. Yeah, I'm inclined to say no. If it's kind of backseat. I don't really want anything backseaty right now. If you have to ask, no, I'm just like, I'm curious what you want to ask, but I don't want to know. So, I think I'm good, but thank you. Where we were. Nox Ray, thanks for the prime. Welcome. Enjoy the emotes. Smashboy, thanks for 10 bits. There was VG Cat's comic where Emma used the luminol spray and found something by Phoenix's computer. She proceeded to taste this. Okay, I don't need more of that. Nope. Crowds, thanks for 44 months. Phoenix Hardcore Gay Sex for the end of Pride. Woo. SML Captain, thanks for the prime. Welcome to the house. Alcast Games, thanks for 8 months. I did it. You murdered a man in 2 places at once? Dan. I didn't just wake up. Holy shit, Dan. I need you to know, Dan, that last night, Bath and I were watching your VOD. Dan did a playthrough of Tears of the Kingdom without any weapons or the paraglider. And we were watching the final battle. No, I'm not gonna say any spoilers, but I was basically like in tears laughing, watching what Dan was doing to beat that game. with just like nothing. It was amazing. Dan's great. You should follow Dan. Pinapack, thanks for gifting a sub to Quibbly. Midnight Skyus, thanks for 15 months. Nothing stops gay baby jail. No, the gay baby jail is so good. It's amazing. Midnight Skyus, thanks for 15 months. Alex Pert, thanks for 45. I generally expected this guy to be a reference from some 70s kids anime or something when I googled him up and read his spoilery wiki page. Yeah, with a game like this, or like a series like this, I'm always like, nope, I can't Google anything. Because if anyone comes back in a future game, or if there's a twist about you think they're characters like this, but then actually they're like this, it's like, it's all gonna be on the wiki page. Yeah, Meekins, I assume that's what you're talking about. Garbage Nirvana, thanks for the soup. So when they made Meekins, the character designer was given the direction of he's pretty annoying but also lovable. I'm still waiting for the lovable part. I was a fan of him until he started screeching through the megaphone. And I was like, alright, that's a lot. Donkey Kong Coyote, thanks for 69 bits. Was watching stream, almost fell asleep in the bathtub. Don't do that. Not because stream's boring or anything. You're great. I'm just overworked. Gonna get a nap and catch you on VODland. Have a good VOD. Thank you. Yeah, don't fall asleep in the tub. Thank you. Megaphones are cute. Agree to disagree. Venus Varus, thanks for the dollar redo. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're having a good weekend. Pile of Blep, thanks for 34 months. Also, damn, I haven't seen this case in so long. Thanks. Lady Fish, thank you for the Prime. A lot of first-time Prime subs today. I appreciate it. Hope you all enjoy the emotes. Thank you very much. Smash thanks for 69 bits. 96 bits. Thank you. Relevant to Johnny Bravo himbo discussion. Anyone else remember that one episode where Johnny was cursed to have a woman's body in order to learn the lesson that women are people too, and also smarter than men? I do not remember that episode. The only episode of Johnny Bravo I remember vividly was there was a little girl who hired him to like be a detective and help him. She like lost something. I say vividly. I barely remember it. All I remember is this one joke where he's just like, I don't know if I want to, like, this is getting complicated. I don't know if I want to mess with this anymore. And she's like, I'll double what I'm paying you. And he goes, but you're not paying me anything. And she goes, I'll triple it. And he goes, deal. And that has stuck with me as like, that's good fucking comedy right there. That's great. It's like the only thing I remember from that show. He hooked up with a werewolf. Nice. Never watched Johnny Bro. I think I found it boring as a kid. That's fair. Solid bit. Good bit. Wonderful life. Everything's better with Johnny not being around. That's so brutal. Esra, thanks for 65 months and another one. Welcome back. Thank you. Hero, thanks for 6 months. What happened? A lot. Enjoy a golden key. Reb, thank you for the raid. Ed, thanks for gifting that sub to Reb. Citizen Kane gifted a sub to Automaton 13. Welcome. Thank you, Citizen Kane. Jolly Rogers, thanks for 47 months. Wait, does Prime auto-renew now? Did something happen when where I ended up paying for this sub instead of using Prime? It says you used Prime, but it's also sometimes people are able to like hit the button to be like, I did a Prime, because I don't know. It like sometimes it bugs out and it's the same Prime sub. You can share it multiple times within the month, but yeah, to my knowledge, there's no auto-renew for Prime, and I don't expect that to ever happen. The resub and the sub timer's often out of sync. Yeah, you can just be buggy sometimes. Your dad let you have 2 Primes. Jake and Bacon, thanks for soup. This is a good time to mention that Fangamer has a Blue Badger plushie for sale that plays the song when you press it. It's $30 and very cursed. I want to look it up, but I'm worried that there'll be like spoilers in the description for the product. Track Rock, thanks for 37 months. Realized I'm doing about 3 miles in my after dinner East Coast time walking. 4 out of 7 days a week, I have your stream on audio and helps keep my sales full. Thanks for the good vibe streams. Bar fast. That's a lot of walking. Damn. 3 miles. 4 days a week. It's a lot. Thank you. And have good walks. I went back to the gym for the first time in like a year. And I'm still sore like 3 days later. It's great. I love it. But anyway. What? Oh, Jesus Christ. Ugh. I wish I could keep the music from the game playing in the scene, but... Yeah. Is that a fucking fake PNG? It's not. Fangamer just often uses, like, grid aesthetic stuff. It does kind of look like a fake PNG. Speaking of dancing, let's go. Where am I going? I forgot. Edgeworth. We're gonna go say hi to Edgeworth. Casualty, thanks for 76 bits. This music plus that soulless stare gives us some real bad FNAF vibes. Wouldn't be surprised if Blue Bot's the real murderer. Wouldn't be surprised if Blue Badger's in the FNAF movie they're making. Where am I going? To the parking lot. We're free. You want me to go back? I can go back. Anytime you want, chat. If anyone says Blue Badger, please, I will drop what I'm doing and go back there. February 23rd, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Ah, yes, my apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. Blue Badger, please. You got it. Let me just quit out of the game and just reload my save. I haven't saved, like, this entire investigation. I haven't saved once. I should probably do that. Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. Ah, it's you. He has the hotel bring him tea service? Please save. I can't save during a conversation. Oh, I can save during a conversation. I pressed the start button while he was talking and it didn't do anything. But when he was done talking, it then worked. So what do you know? Alright, great. Now we don't have to do all that again. Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry? Precisely. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Oh yes, he brought me some information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. I think the report is on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth, I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. Edgeworth, did you know that I'm an attorney? Oh god, oh Jesus. Right, please, I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea? Okay, fine. Maybe if I show my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him. Check this out. Okay, alright. I got some real good evidence. Check this out. The murder weapon! From the previous case! I know you. You've probably got a hold of some information already, right? It all has to do with that case you were on, SL9 incident. And some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life, as I recall. Are you talking about this case, or are you talking about when there was the case where your dad was murdered in the elevator? I feel like I've been involved with multiple terrible memories for you. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. Oh, there we go. He's talking about the murder in the elevator. Great. I was paying attention. Okay, Edgeworth. Why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. Also, do you know anything about this? Oh, right. I better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage? Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less. It wasn't anyhow. The Chief of Police. He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. Okay, this may not be sus for 5 minutes. Well, with this case, people are setting him up to be sus, and it's just a tangled web of everyone trying to point fingers at Edgeworth. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. Really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. This other case. I better make a note of this. Unrelated evidence, screwdriver. Stubborn as always, I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. About this? Nope. Okay. What about this rubber glove? Nope. Okay. He doesn't want to talk about the old case either. Fair enough. What about the screwdriver that you showed me? Okay, no. Alright. Okay, sheesh. So how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time, again. Again? I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. He hasn't killed anyone yet. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney, however, something happened. They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes. Any further investigation for this case will be directed by the chief of police, Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why, I ask you, why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still, I've never seen him this out of sorts. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gant. Oh, he was only the deputy 2 years ago? That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too, then. He was the best we had, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. But you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is, why was a deputy chief of police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict and the killer was executed. But you didn't. Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? You still working on that scientific investigation? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminol testing fluid. Well then, you might have use of this. Aluminum powder for fingerprints? It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I have no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Hey, fantastic Mr. Pig. Welcome. How y'all doing? We're deep in case 5 of Ace Attorney, and I've never played it before, so no spoilers. Hello, Mr. Pig with different. I was gonna say you wouldn't happen to be the same pig by a different name. Hey, fantastic Mr. Pig. Thanks for 57 months. Congrats on the name change. That's exciting. Do not question my methods. He got his boyfriend a gift. He did. Edgy being sussy. Edgy always being sussy. Updating the autopsy reports part of your code. It's the only part of his code. It's step 1 and the only step. Have there even been 57 months? The maximum that you could be subbed to me right now is 66 months. Because as of this past month, there's now a new 5.5-year key. Which is a lot. It's a lot. Thank you. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Not just the powder, but files for everyone's print? How about giving these to Gumshoe as well? Fingerprinting set and file received. Okay, wow. Let's get going. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Well, let's get started dusting for prints. First, did anyone bleed out on the floor here? What? I was doing this as a bit, but there's actually blood here. Hey, what's up? It looks like some blood has dripped down here. I was kidding. Judging by the amount, my guess is it's from a nosebleed. A nosebleed, Maybe in his wrath, Mr. Edgeworth slapped someone for their incompetence. Why does Detective Gumshoe's face come to mind? Oh. Okay. Well then. I guess we're just not gonna question that. Can we question that? Nope. Cool. I think it's literally just meant to be a goof, but... Did he put his name on the bottom? Aw, I really wish he wrote his name in Sharpie on the bottom. just like Emma with her luminol case. Damn it, Edgeworth. Alright. I want to check this too. Tag says AI-16. What's that got to do with anything? Nothing, apparently. At least that's what Edgeworth said. That makes it seem all the more sus. Who knows? This might turn out to be the clue that breaks the case. Wouldn't that be nice? I mean, it might be. For all we know. Actually, is there anything else on there? Looks pretty normal other than that. Fingerprints are like the ballistic markings of a man. Exactly. Okay. Meh. Goodbye. See you later. It's must be the clue that opens the case. You. Hey, you. All right. How does this work? Recovers fingerprints from handprints for comparison. Am I not allowed to use this here? Do I have to just go back? I thought there might be some fingerprints here we might want to know about. But maybe not. Let's go back to the evidence room. Nope. All right. Fine. Keep your secrets. Place. And then inside. Criminal affairs. Wait, I can go straight from there to the security department. Dang it. Then the security department. Security guard office. Evidence. Oh, Marshall's gone. Evidence room. I'm back. Yeah, they added a bunch of new mechanics as well as just a lot of location stuff. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Here in this blood on the detective's evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Enhance! Enhance! Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. A finger? Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print. Really can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger! The only one that's gonna be a good candidate. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes. First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around. How do you do that? Just touch the screen, see? She just poured a bunch of shit on my DS. Ah, it looks like that did the trick. The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. How do I do that? You just blow with your breath. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See? Wow, that looks like fun. It might take some getting used to, though. Nice. Neighborhood. Couple lines with the homie off the Nintendo DS. Thanks for this. It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. Guess I better give it a try. You just kind of, just a little bit will do it. Just a smidge of aluminum dust. Just really, just a tiny bit goes a long way. You don't want to overdo it or anything. Right, there we go. It's just like arts and crafts day in elementary school. There you go, nice and good there. Foof. 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 Bah. Fooey. I can feel it calling in the air tonight. I think I filled up the entire fingerprint. Ah, you did it! You found one. I found a circle. But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean that they were wearing a glove? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? other prints? Looking at the locker door again closely. It seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. Fingerprints outside the blood. This one? Need a little more? Yeah, get some of those. Fingerprints. Remember Animaniacs? That's your fingerprint? What were you doing at the scene of the crime? Yeah! A print so clear it's dazzling. Dazzling? Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet. This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? Yeah, she's right. Oh my god, this is involved. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth and point out the person you think left these prints. How am I supposed to know who it was? I can make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprints and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints will we most likely find on this evidence locker? Probably Gumshoe. Yep. Neat. This is just like CSI. Crime scene, I guess. Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking so what. Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Something you hit, sometimes you miss. Why do you have a bloody handprint on his own locker? Hey pal, it was actually it was just jam. Sometimes you just gotta get your hands sticky with jam. See, Professor, that's what I keep saying. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, leave the bits, hero. Remember when the police would do the forensics themselves? But I put something in the mean parlor. Oh, thank you. If I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. There sure was one. Enhance. Enhance. Do I need it? Wait. Actually, can I just tap on it, or is it gonna be like, that's a closed locker? This is where we got a luminol fluid reaction, right? Nice. Right. There was a handprint here. Okay. Want to try using this? There go our eyes sparkling again. Let's check. Enhance. That's the spirit. But I have to warn you about something first. What? The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away, too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. Huh, so they're saying that if I try to look for prints here, I'm not going to find anything. Where else would I find fingerprints here, though? I'm just gonna... No? Maybe on the handle? Oh. Huh? It popped up with a thing. What? What? What do you mean examine? There's nothing here. Or isn't there? Because there were fingers that weren't bloody. And they didn't wipe away the parts that weren't bloody. Oh. Oh my god. It's working. It's working. It's working. That's all we got. That's all we got. I gave him my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print. Let's try a different finger then. The thumb? Can we... Where would the thumb be? What? That's the one I did. Isn't this the same one? Yeah, it's the same one, so... Where's the... Unless... Is it... Am I just... That one is different. Okay. Good. What about Thumby? We're invisible pixel hunting now. Who could this have been? I don't know. Nope. This is... Can I cancel it and just be like, no? I guess this is them punishing you for being like, don't just blindly guess. What about Meekins? Maybe he did do it. Oh, that is kind of close, but no. Well, and also everyone knows that all of your fingers have the exact same fingerprint on them, so you only need one finger to match. Was Marshall in here? Marshall was in here. Doesn't he wear gloves? I guess not. You can see the print before you submit. Oh, you can. Oops. These are fingerprints. These fingerprints. Whose are they? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Officer Jake Marshall? Marshall's fingerprints added to the court record. He's been in here poking cows. That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Or is he? I mean, yeah, he doesn't care about his job, but it is suspicious he was gone. Emma, this are decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminol reaction, the blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh, wow. So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped blood stain. This are different. But why would Officer Marshall... It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. Is it decisive? Because we found a fingerprint that, by definition, was not a bloody fingerprint. And yes, it's in the same place as where the bloody handprint was, but like... I don't know if that would hold up in court. They could just be like, that could just be an earlier fingerprint. Like, I don't know. February 24th, 9:41 a.m., defendant lobby number 1. So what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. What ain't this crap hold up in court? Fair point. It says that hand definitely had blood on it. Well, we don't know for certain. Like, it could have just... Is it unlikely? Sure. But that room for doubt is what... That's what makes it not decisive. None of this holds up. It's fine. Yeah, the judge. After all. Yeah. Thank you for the nice 69-bit Smash Man. Talking about the Animaniacs joke about Prince. Yeah. Fingerprints. Track Rock gifted a sub to Viz for their 4th year. Enjoy your card key, Viz. It lets you go into the evidence room and look for ghosts. Thank you, Track Rock. And Heroes Alta, thanks for 100 bits. Remember when police would do forensics themselves? You say you put something in meme parlor. Just wait. Meme parlor, eh? Oh no. Oh no. Go. No, I don't think you should have. Thank you. Appreciate it. Send us the fan gamer. Quick. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at the other crime scene. Lana. The Japanese complain the legal system in these games is too American. The Americans make the same comparison in reverse. Gets land somewhere in the middle. That's fascinating. Well, good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you up too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I am as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Sky, We discovered traces left by a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. You found Officer Marshall's traces? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. Thanks, I will. She really does look like Edelgard. They gave her the muffler back. Good. I'm glad. Well, didn't she already have it back? Maybe she has a spare. 10 a.m. February 24th, courtroom number 9. I really hope that in future games in the franchise, and as they move into different platforms, and maybe like the PC port, Ace Attorney Trilogy, I hope they use the same exact audio sample for the gallery in the courtroom. Like everything's in like fully 3D and beautiful art. It's like that'd make me very happy. And I like the chat is smiling. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is, I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach criminal affairs from the prosecutor's office. The victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. Edgeworth, you gotta say that you're present. You can't start the meeting until everyone says present. That's the rule of the meeting. That's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Make your damn appearance, you bastard! The record! Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Also, how come at no point did we grab the tape from the evidence room that shows what happened? Why wasn't that our #1 objective? Instead, we dusted for prints. What's up with that? Or are they gonna bring up the tape and be like, here it is? And I just get to react in real time instead of having ample time to study it. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait? I show up perfectly late to have the game catch me up on what happened. There you go. Very well, let the trial resume. You couldn't because they already had it? Oh, maybe, yeah, the police already took it. That makes sense, actually. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? I'm just gonna turn the volume down preemptively. Oh, we gotta hear that, though. Oh, boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. If he's allowed to bring his megaphone, I swear to God. Okay, good. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir, I'm Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. Even the music is just kind of like, all right, here we go. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. That's what yeah, see, the moment I let down my guard. You've got to believe me, sir. Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is, sir, I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir. A Zoomer, sir. I'm on TikTok all the time. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. It was a meme. I did it for the Vine, Your Honor. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir. Why is he calling Edgeworth, sir?
Officer Meekins,
Yes, sir.
give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order.
Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. You can't fault him for lack of enthusiasm. Crime report, sir. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. When this game was made, he was a millennial? Yeah. I just thought it'd be funnier to make him a zoomer.
So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you.
Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir.
I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness.
Yes, sir, he knocked me upside the head, sir.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
What I need here is more info to work with.
Crime report, sir.
Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. But I'm gonna save before we get into that. Because, you know. So if I'm to understand correctly, this is the part of the game where there is a soft lock in the PC version that maybe does not exist here, but I'm just gonna try to stay high on health just in case. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. Tell me more about that. Speak up. It's the Switch version. Oh, not the PC version? Just the Switch version. France. French it.
Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not?
Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir.
Yikes. Now there's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed.
I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir.
The Blue Badger?
Yes, sir, the lovely police mascot created by the head detective, sir. Gotta turn that up. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. He's so happy. Blue Badger jump scare. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. Trying to make my hand do the same suit, and it's not easy. Listen, he's a professional.
I see. Sounds like a very important mission.
No, bring him back! After the awards ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room.
Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there?
Blue Badger's the best. All hail Blue Badger. Thanks, Ed. I spotted a sus man on the screen and rushed into the room. Why was he there earlier in the day, though? He could be a Zoomer. A very young Zoomer. In order to enter the evidence room, maybe not that young, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I've one right here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed in here, right? Yeah. There it is! I found it! This is the one right here. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir.
I see.
But the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice.
Please explain, witness.
It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down.
I see. So it was during that second time when...
Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. Didn't have the current record. Alright. Who's 777777777? My gut tells me it's Gant. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. Small it. It's tiny. Tiny blue badger. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you?
It was a knife, sir, a knife! Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then?
Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into.
That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand.
Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be. When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. He didn't do nothing. He knows what he did. I fought for my life, then I did it. You did it. The internet's crapping out. Oh no! Sorry, hear that? What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched the knife from him. You took his knife.
I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man.
I see. He must have been desperate.
The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood.
And then the next thing I knew, yes,
he punched me right in my face, sir.
After that, I passed out. So you spun around and hurt yourself more. And then he punched you, and then you blacked out. Yeah, he really needs to chill the microphone. I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. Who woke you up? And what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. You were conscious when you were woken up. That's right. Okay. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain.
That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is.
When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir.
Your mission?
Yes, sir, the Blue Badgers, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now.
I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened.
Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins. With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir.
The chief? Delivered it? What is that? A videotape?
Yes, sir, that's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. Why'd he give that to you? It's 2017, what's a videotape? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. It's got 2 girls, 1 cup on it. I hereby submit to the court the evidence. Oh. Well, then let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me.
A video of a real murder? Just what are we getting ourselves into?
Please turn down the lights in the courtroom. Oh my god. God, yeah, this really is Five Nights at Freddy's, isn't it? Holy hell. Yeah. Oh, you can't see his face. How convenient. Where the hell is this camera and why is it at chest height? It's blocking his face there too. That's amazing. That's amazing. There he, yeah. Mm-hmm. And then a tussle. Nope. You there. Ah! With a knife. Yeah, get him. Oh. What a great camera. This is really something. And then he's down. And the other guy's just completely gone? What? Huh? Huh? How what? Huh? Huh? I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood? Sir, that's the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir.
Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly?
Security video added court record. Oh my god.
Well, anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room, and some sort of activity did take place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins?
Yes, sir, as you wish, sir.
Mystery man.
His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that that other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Off the Florida Keys. There's a judge in Kokomo.
His face can be clearly seen in the video. Wait. What about it? Face it. Face the facts. Face to face. Why? Tell me more about that. France it. France it? France it. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife? Sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter?
The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you?
Yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them, you see.
Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer.
Sir, still, I'm sure it was him. I'd bet my badge on it. No question, the other person was Detective Goodman. Mm-hmm. Dane's thinking about that dumper. Thank you, Dan. But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it.
Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it.
Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or... Meekins?
Sound like a chicken. Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify.
Yes, sir.
You claim the man who brandished the knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him.
I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do.
About these lockers, is there no other way to open them?
No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past.
Why?
They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir.
I wonder what kind of methods he's tried. If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to.
Exactly my point, sir, and this too. Stop it. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir.
How do you know that information?
I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir.
People in the know.
The workers in the department cafeteria, sir, they keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir.
For the record, the opened locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint.
So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
However, the most important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face.
Sir!
If I may say something, sir? Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock, and it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with the security video? There's a problem. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not be Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction? Have fun. Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. Oh no. He would want me to point it out. He would want that. Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video? This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Oh my god. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman? Uh-huh. Oh, God. There he goes. Yep. Walking along. Doing his thing. Great. He opened it and a thing fell out. Here comes Meekins. Yeah. With a knife. And they tussle. He's got blood all over him. Well, I'm glad the music's playing. And then he's down. And then when it pans over this way, there's now something stuffed into that locker there. Is that it? Is it just... Oh my... What? No, please. Is it because... Here we go. Screen swap. Sorry about that, chat. Yeah. So, we see him opening that there. Hold on. So he walks by. We don't see his hand. And by the time we pan back over, he reaches over and opens it. Which does imply he's using his fingerprint. But the thing that I find significant is that over here, the top left thing over here doesn't have whatever that thing stuffed into it was, right? But then at the final pan over, so they start fighting, still not there. He's down, pans back, now that's there. So that implies he was able to very quickly open that, and that presumably Goodman didn't have two lockers. So I'm gonna say it's that, and I hope I'm right. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Yes, that is strange. Something certainly seems unnatural about that. What could it mean? Thank you, chat. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise. The point? What you are looking for is one thing and one thing only. Something that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman. That does, though. I almost walked right into the defense's trap. I'll place him under arrest, sir. Rats. I need to slow down and tackle these things one piece at a time. What do I do? That's not it? That's not it? One thing, every time you point your finger, someone gets hurt. But he's the one pointing his finger. Now, when I play the security tape, Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. Okay. Yeah, too bad. We're gonna watch it a bunch. I was thinking
Is this another thing where I'm getting ahead of myself? Because it's like, if he was able to open that locker that quickly, get in and out, that proves that he had access to 2 different lockers. That's enough to bring in doubt about whether or not he was Goodman. But there's something else before that point that I need to be mindful of about how he got in there. Or proving that he's not Goodman. Is there something else that changes? Is it the light? It's already open? It's already is that it? That's gotta be it. Hold on. I'm cooking. He walks up, it's already open. Oh, I didn't notice that before. And then when he leaves it open, doesn't he? Yeah, that's it. That's gotta be it. You son of a bitch. Right there. Take that! The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins. Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. Why is this music still playing? When you grab a handle, the sensor reads your fingerprint. If the print matches the registered data, the light turns on and the lock is released. Because it slaps. Who the fuck else is named Officer Meekins? According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. This is just playing the video in the background. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. I don't want the music to stop. It's my favorite song. Steel Samurai theme? Nah. Marshall's cowboy theme? Bad. Blue Badger theme? S tier. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. Oh my god, speed it up, Phoenix. There he goes. Yep. If I had to label myself as Officer Meekins or not Officer Meekins, I would have to say I would be labeled as Officer Meekins, sir. Oh my god, Todd. Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. I'm glad I noticed that. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Ah! There's an official orchestral version that slaps. Good. Honestly, good catch. That's a sticking point in this case in my experience. Yeah, I bet. Order, order, what's the meaning of this? Although when I was wrong, I didn't lose any health. So, it seems like they're kind of generous with like, you might mess this up a bit. What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know, it must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not very likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes. Why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes. Why wasn't it locked? Yes. Well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jammed the electronic system? Something jammed the sensor? Say, there's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Find the cause for this. Well, this is easy. Yeah. It was right about... meow! Right, meow. Right about meow. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Where's the... ba 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 bum ba ba da ba bum ba ba. God, it's even worse watching him in silence. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. It's black and white footage. We don't know if it was light in hue. Light in value, I should say. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened.
Huh? I often fall out and roll great distances when I open my... What? We can't be sure that item was in the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? Bum, 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 bum. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me. But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator. But at the crime scene, there just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, by insulator, you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker door? I'm assuming the glove. I don't know what else it possibly could have been. I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. It was the vase! The shoe! But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins? Sir! It would appear so, sir! Probably the monkey clock. This is going much better. Which means any moment now, Edgeworth's gonna go, and everything's gonna go to shit. So are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? The glove blocked the electronic lock in the locker. Your locker, Honor? Do not be misled, Your Honor. Updated Player's Hope Report. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir! Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? Very well, begin your testimony. There are actually 3 Bruce Goodmans, and the third one's dead now. He had several identical twins, all named Bruce. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. An ID card record, I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim. Just before the crime. Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. So there's multiple evidence rooms, and that's why this room doesn't match the evidence room we were tased in by Von Karma. Got it. Nice to have that cleared up. Although DL6 seems pretty special, but... Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Ah. Yeah, that would do it. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. Because his hair is already spiky. There were only a few cases up for transferal there. Most were cleared up by noon. And DL6 was technically unsolved, right? What a lucky ID. Yeah, that's why I'm like, that's gotta be Gant. Because who else would have the ability to pick their ID? Although he was only the deputy chief 2 years ago? I don't know. Right, I see. Now, let us move on to the cross-examination. Mystery Man 2. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. I might as well put down a safe here. Because things are going well so far. Which means things probably won't continue to go well. Sir. He's chief now. Right. He could have changed. Yeah, I mean, it seems like it'd be very unusual to change your ID when it's that sensitive and important, but... there's one thing that proves this man was Goodman, sir. Lord of Gambling. So unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you? He can't commit a crime, is Chief of Police. Yes, sir. Solid as stone, sir. If my hand wasn't wrapped in bandages, I'd even give the V for victory sign, sir. Couldn't he just use his right hand for that? I would assume he's left-handed. Let's hear him out. The witness can't afford to make any more mistakes. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. Murder? That's illegal. His right hand's too busy saluting. Yeah. Is that card hanging from your neck one of these ID cards? Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuffs, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it. But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck in my car door when I get out? Well, the remaining time my ID card gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card chokes me. Maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. In a Zorb? What's a Zorb? Let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to. Let me see. Yes, that would be it. Detective Goodman? What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here. Those are called Zorbs? The human-sized hamster balls. Or plastic, yeah. Zordon? It is so it is, Your Honor. I take a bow. Why is he bowing? Zorbon, not that prosecutor again. Hey, maybe he's behind all this. Being a prosecutor, he could hide the evidence. Mommy, is that man in blue a moiterer? Shh, don't stare at him. You've got the wrong color, kid. Huh? It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today. It feels like he's being told he has homework. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth, it must be so difficult for him. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Yeah, this child has been there for a while. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir, he didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked. Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we've got. I'm thinking too hard about it? I mean, that is my problem. I mean, it's just, to me, it's like, couldn't just anyone be holding onto his ID card? One must use their ID card. When there's an ID card is used, there's a record of it. That's another crime the detective had used his card. I almost feel like it's not gonna work. But even the game is like, this is obvious. And which line am I supposed to use it on? It proves the man was Goodman. One must use their ID card. When ID card is his record, the detective had used his card. Yeah, but what if it wasn't him? Okay. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. And also, we found the wallet with the ID card at the crime scene in the parking lot, kind of far from the car, and significantly later. And it seemed like police had missed it, so there's a lot of holes there too. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. No. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report? It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe there's something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order, order! So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't require much thought, which is my specialty. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Edgeworth always looks like, That's correct. It's either or when he's like, order. Does the prosecution have a response? Let's see the finger waggle, Edgeworth. I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. If you say ergo, I swear to God. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also a fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't good. There it is, there it is. Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Yeah, we were so obsessed with proving the truth that we cleared up the confusion. That was the only thing that prevented her from being declared guilty yesterday. Oops. Well, we still have the bit about Marshall's fingerprints at the crime scene that no one cares about now. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. That's the Ace Attorney classic. Yeah. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Also, why did the entire police department cover this up and claim that there was a real murder that happened when there was no murder? Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? For the lols. Yeah. Classic police maneuver. However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor, just so. Mr. Wright, you have to do something, or else Lana. What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? I object. Objection! One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. I haven't said this before, but I really like how into shaking his head Phoenix is. He never just shakes his head no. He like goes down and it's just like no, and then pops back up. I really appreciate that. It's very good. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? The cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. I get dizzy doing that, yeah.
Yeah, we need to know what he hid in that locker.
However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean? Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh, whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify, what is his or her name?
It's me, Your Honor. I'll take the stand. It's Jake Marshall.
Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let him know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court in recess. Whee! I called the slide. February 24th, 11:32 a.m., District Court. Defendant lobby, number 2. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you've figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. Oh, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, Detective. You better be, pal. Hey. Hey! 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 I didn't see you there, Miss Sky. That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked? Oh. Oh, ho! Oh, ho, ho! Oh, ho, ho! Oh, ho, ho, ho! Oh, you mean this, right? What is happening in this game right now? My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? How is she's the suspect in a murder case that she's admitted to? How is she contacting detectives and then lying? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. We talked to her in the detention center. She could have told us then what to do. You might do well to read them. I can't believe you. The chief prosecutor were a witness in that case. Miss Sky was a witness? Receive file of SL9 incident files. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. I'm gonna take a look at that right now. Oh my god, we have so much evidence. Files for the Dark Killings, solved 2 years ago.
Incident SL9 closed. Criminal Joe Dark. Crime serial murder sentence death. Victims Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith. Wait, his name's Dark and he killed someone named Knight. It's Batman. Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall. Head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Witnesses Lana Skye, Emma Skye. No spoilers. Thank you, Shiv. Yeah. Everything that Shiv said. Yeah. Witnesses were Emma was a witness? Both? What? Investigation Task Force Executive Investigators Damon Gant, Lana Skye. They were the executive investigators and she was a witness. Head investigator Bruce Goodman. Investigators Jake Marshall, Angel Starr. What the fuck was this case? Oh, what? Now that I brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Yeah, sorry, I had to read that. Emma, but why? Why is your name in here? I'm glad that I read it. Cause I got to reveal that to myself as I read it. That's cool. Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there. I don't know. Unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago. The rest of the world knew it as... the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark... No, Lana. That's over with. No! Emma, wait! She ran away. You know what? I just remembered I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. Better take a good look at this file. Bam, 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 bam. Save. The Joe Dirt killings. Joanna Dark killings. Everyone's making different references. February 24th, 12:14 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. Am I going for gold? Yeah. They give you a gold star if you do the crime right. Or do the trial right. Are we finishing this? Oh, are we finishing this today? I don't know. I have no idea how much is left. Feels like there's a lot of unknowns still, but maybe. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Emma didn't come back. We are not finishing this today. Noted. Jesus Christ. So we have a third day confirmed. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. This case is long. We're halfway through at most. Yowza. Maybe day 2. Yeah, if we can finish day 2, that'd be good. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Go. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Civilization 4? Civilization 5, Your Honor. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. Go. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? So you're drinking in court? Yes, Your Honor, but I assure you it's not alcohol I'm drinking. Well, that's good. It's cough syrup. Well, that's not good. According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. He's drinking flour? You can drink flour? Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony on the day of the crime. In English? In the King's man? It's just straight cough syrup. My job is to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style.
Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail.
It's just whiskey. Whiskey's not alcohol, Your Honor. Isn't it? Nuh-uh. All right.
I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute.
What do you mean by 2 security systems?
I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those.
Yeah, we talked about them.
Yeah, so what about the fingerprint-activated locks inside the evidence room? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful.
He's not that good with machines or with following orders.
Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble.
Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours.
He's drinking soup.
Yeah, booze soup. The only ingredient is whiskey.
My job is to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard.
What's a bone orchard?
How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings.
You interred them?
Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape.
If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours.
Each time I'd erase the tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life.
This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room?
They said I was supposed to make the rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style.
Bone Orchard sounds like a character in Twisted Metal. It sounds like a map in Twisted Metal.
But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style.
I'm afraid I don't understand. Is Edgy guilty yet? Not yet. Twisted Metal's a good fucking time. Are you gonna watch the Twisted Metal show? I don't remember what streaming service it's on. It looked bad.
No desperado I know lets rules get in his way.
No desperados I know join the police force.
So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime...
I think there'll be one twisted by the end of it. Plus, Fried Twisted Metal's getting TV show, what is life? Yeah.
Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day.
There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that?
Sorry, partner, can't say I do. Haven't been in that crypt in weeks.
How does this guy avoid being fired? He hasn't been in there in weeks, huh? The room is protected by 2 security systems.
If a man feels the need to pee his pants, he's darn well gonna, you hear me? A desperado's gotta do what a desperado's gotta do.
You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct?
Of course, back in the day, my locker was a goldmine of evidence.
And yet you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism?
Sorry, partner, I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works.
It's a pretty simple machine. That's quite incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. I guess if they only ever open their one locker, then... Although presumably they'd have to, like, set it up. It's not just gonna inherently know their fingerprints, but...
At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon. What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti.
He was eating spaghetti at 5:15 in a saloon. He's a spaghetti western. Was it in a bowl or on a plate, sir?
Not even angel steak lunches can beat that parlor's vongole sepia pasta.
The fuck is vongole sepia pasta? To Google, vongole sepia spaghetti alle vongole. Italian for spaghetti with clams. Oh. I see. Should have had a burger. Yeah. Well. Is he a plate or bowl guy, right? He's making up dishes. He's actually eating spaghetti. That was not me goofing. He was eating spaghetti. Spaghetti with clams sounds good.
So you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner.
What? That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, "Did you not want a raise this year?" I'm just an innocent traveling man. If you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Out of ammo, Officer Marshall.
That's right, partner, or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, you'd better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset.
Zippy. His car named Zippy.
One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that.
You're not from Texas.
Apparently your superiors don't.
Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I best keep my cool. Before I use it, though, I better up the ante. What, he doesn't... I'm not supposed to use the fingerprint right away? Was he on here? He was not on here. I was just gonna use the fingerprint. What else could I throw at him? Bam. SL9 seems a bit early. I'm just gonna throw the fingerprint at him. Throw the vase and run. Yeah. Supposed to be around serious, and that ain't my style. Presumably, anyway, remember that's serious alone. Well, I mean, there isn't really a good line to throw it at him. It means pressing him. Well, I did press him. Don't be straightforward. This is court. I'm not feeling very confident that this is the right move, but I'm just gonna throw this at him and see what happens. Because it's not a contradiction to anything he's saying. So... I'm just... here you go. Objection! Okay, sure. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It shows he was in the room. Right, but it just felt a little bit like weird timing, but we got it. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. Also, he wears fingerless gloves. I pay my respect, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. 2 pairs of fingerless gloves. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away. However, thanks to science, winks at Emma, the luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? Like that it panned away right as Edgeworth started to point. About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime. Blood-stained fingerprints. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. This is exactly what I knew was going to happen. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. I never said your fingerprints were on a locker. But I don't think I can hit you with that. The bloodstain and the fingerprints are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it.
The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. It's only natural, my prince, to be in that evidence room. That's because you, how did you put it? Pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. Did he do it? Was he the one pretending to be Goodman? I mean, he would have access to deleting the footage. I don't know about how he got his ID card, but whoever it was dressed as Goodman, pretending to be him, opened that locker and put something in there. So, what do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. Why do you have a locker if you're not a detective anymore? All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprints data was never changed. He must have been using the fingerprint lock without even knowing it. Marshall's fingerprints updated in the court record. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine, it's no mystery. Please explain. My locker's covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened the murderer touched the locker where my fingerprints was by chance. Have a go on it, Tom Tom. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. He was holding the murderer's hand. Unrelated? They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast, while the other's a type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different. Judge, please. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found in Detective Gumshoe's locker. Serial's not murder specific. Serial numbers, serial podcast, a lot of serial. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place his hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal of blood in the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. Security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, he could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, do so now. Now we get to point at it. Okay. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Good. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall.
I'm glad this is happening now because I was like, I don't know what evidence to poke at him. And there it is, right? Yeah, there.
Take that! Yeah. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. Take that! The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers.
The days are the same as everywhere.
Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less?
You're a lying piece of shit, Marshall. That's 7 words.
Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Nice.
That was good timing. Thank you, Cave. Get bent, Your Honor. Respectfully, Your Honor. Shut up.
Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner.
It's only daytime at high noon. Otherwise, it's pitch black.
The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video.
Because they're close to the equator.
See this locker that has a white cloth sticking out?
This is the witness's locker.
Now then, let's rewind the video a bit.
In real time, not faster. And it's currently hotter than hell. Stay cool, everyone. Yeah, I heard it's been very hot in Texas.
Oh, the white cloth is gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Sorry, I punched my microphone. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation.
45 degrees Celsius. That's pretty hot.
Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Stat! That's double jeopardy. It sure is.
Mr. Wright, explain how the murder was committed in the form of a question. I'll take the case for 300.
Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man?
This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. Him being bad at machines is actually not a bit. He actually doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker.
Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say open that locker, now prove it.
Huh? Is it just the locker? Just how this?
Fingerprint sensor?
He's sweating now. I always panic when the music doesn't cut out. We talked about this earlier today, like 5 minutes ago, man. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to.
What kind of crazy talk is this?
Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this.
In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There's even some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? You got some jerky there?
I only got 1 word for you, partner.
I only got one.
No!
I only got 1 word for you, partner. That is 8 words, but then no is 9.
Order, order, order. Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Olay, please answer the question.
Olay? What is he now, a bullfighter?
That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet, Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then, where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion. Cowboys and bullfighters are the same, right? Es muy español. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? He was the killer. It was him. Officer Marshall was standing right meow. Precisely meow. Ole. Next to the road is the same as Texas. Yeah. I think this is a very silly case. Did he just like? Is the white cloth that's sticking out? Is it just the jacket? Is it Goodman's clothes? It's gotta be, right. Office Marshal was standing right here, as opposed to Cowboy Marshal. So Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. That's almost as credible as Meekins' warp theory. Your chamber's empty, partner. Better reload. Oh. Now they're ganging up on me. Perhaps you should think a little more about where Officer Marshall was. Officer Meekins should have seen him in the evidence room. That means the only place he could have been would be... I clicked on Meekins? I clicked on the K. For killer. I clicked on the red square, a red circle. Because Meekins is the killer. No, you're right. No, you're right. No, you're right. Because I thought he attacked him because then Meekins winds up slumped on the floor and that against that wall. Yeah, okay. He was the victim. Sure was. Yeah, right there. I guess in my mind I flipped it around because I'm like, well, Meekins ended up down, so yeah, but he's the... Yeah. Officer Marshall was right there, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. No. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. Objection! But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I mean, he could have just, like, put his thumb over the picture and held it out, been like, here you go. And Meekins would have been like, okay. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? Yeah. You got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one, what can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? Remember the basics of CQC, Nick. For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. White woman jump scare. Nick, try thinking outside the box.
In this case, I had to think inside the box.
I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise, but rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place?
What do you mean?
There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence the video is the only shot. Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker.
'Cause he was bloodied up, Your Honor.
Whoa. Wait, hold on. You know, right about me, I should do it. There you go. Yeah. Slam the desk. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room. I don't know what the reason was yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. Oh, they fused in my psyche? Oh, God, yeah. In a good way. When you asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, huh, partner? Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. All right. It seems the time has come. His confession.
But it's a testimony that I'm gonna have to cross-examine.
I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15.
So why did Gant say there was?
So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Large quantities of blood traces were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It looked like too much blood for that.
Is there more to this?
I had to do it that day. When you say it, you mean? Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only the detective who was in charge of it can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner, that case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why
I mean, there was a name that ended with Marshall in the victims list for that case.
I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. He had to do it to him. Your Honor, I had to do it.
I had to do it to him. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? Was it John Goodman? I'll just put that together. Maybe he was trying to look like John Goodman. If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So he did it to fool the security camera. The camera that he himself then could have deleted, but... And the detective's ID card. I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Normally, that locker shouldn't have opened. So it opened because a rubber glove was stuck in the door by chance? Then Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. And he didn't know about the fingerprint reader, so he didn't plan for that. He just as easily could have walked in and not been able to open that locker. This is stupid. I wasn't expecting Meekins. I knocked him out. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a one-in-a-million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way, with me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So what happened next? It's fine, that's a shaving knife. You're allowed to have that in court. And managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah, 6 hours is not nearly enough time to make sure that everything was good. Like, I feel like the standard would have to be like a couple weeks at least. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. Would have been auto-wiped. He said that he wipes them every 6 hours. He watches the tapes to make sure that they're empty, and then he wipes them. What, are you blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. I assumed it was the knife that was stuffed into the muffler. I guess maybe not. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Goodman, presumably. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. The salary cutting noises would not be enough. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? Why? But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for those crimes. One thing I can say for sure, he deserved his sentence. He's out here saying he deserved to die. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out.
So you don't know what no one's talking about. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is? I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I better take another look at the files.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I just gotta present him with the case. I know why. Yeah, because where's the SL9? Yeah. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident.
Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner.
I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago,
he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got.
What? A prosecutor? You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you?
He was my brother.
He looks like Spike from Cowboy Bebop, with different hair. Little brother, I can make it on my own. He was investigating the murders with David Gant, chief detective at the time. That was hair? I thought it was weird cloth. I thought it was weird cloth too. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer.
Joe Dark.
My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. Why? He was immortal. You see, when we were young, we were cursed. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. Uh-huh. And that's it. That's your reason for your insane actions. There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. He got us so upset his hat popped back on. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with this resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's got to be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime, Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But
There's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me, this boy's got the draw on you, partner. Thanks, Marshal. All of the mysteries of the police department have been uncovered. No contradictions remain. The murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. There were no errors in the testimony of the witness, Angel Star. No, there were lots. We uncovered there were a lot of issues with her testimony. If you have a response, make it one word or less. Objection? I rest my case. He didn't say ergo. We got him. We got him on some, I don't know what. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Ergo, now then, time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Hold it! Your Honor, wait! Emma, the defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Why'd she take the witness stand? Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor, yes, maybe. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Edgeworth is so nice to her. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found in Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So, did you find... When did she do that? Did you find something? No. Guilty, bang. See you tomorrow. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone could save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh, boy. I'm just a little guy. Now then. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be. Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? I object after a safety save. Is that handprint behind where the blue badger is? And that's why it's sus? Because that couldn't have happened at the time of the murder. Can't see that in the video. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. He's taken lives before. It thirsts for blood. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans?
It's that smile. It's that damn smile.
What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So? So watch what happens when we put him in.
It's just the default Twitch smiley put on the map.
This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well? Well, what? Yeah! That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. Whoa!
Was it statue o'clock? It might have been.
So, just what exactly does this mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me, I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker.
People walk behind the Badger? I don't think there was room to walk behind him. My assumption was that Marshall ducked underneath the camera as he crossed in front of it to drop his stuff off. Thank you, Ebbe.
I knew that Badger would bite me in the butt one day. The Badger did it.
After you put it down, it would have been impossible to leave a handprint on that locker.
So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once but twice. But how? On one time was captured on this tape taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is the other time.
You let them interrogate a parrot and you didn't call that far-fetched.
Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refute you. I'm refuting you. I say I refute you. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves it occurred.
When did the first incident occur?
To surmise, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was disguised as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. The blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us, when did this first incident occur? Proof must be presented.
Proof that shows when the murder took place.
There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place?
It's the ID card record, Your Honor.
If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the perpetrator would have had to enter the room. In order to do so, an ID card is required. An ID card? Oh, the ID card record.
Our mystery man at 420. Nice.
Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? I never figured you had nerve, boy. Put off the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining, 77777777. It's 7 sevens, Your Honor. Talk about a lucky number. But wait! That doesn't make sense. How could Officer Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 77777777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 77777777. That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number, 77777, belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. If there is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge. You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay, let me ask you a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her. The defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked her up her ID number, and it's not 77777777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The S09 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Kapow. Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana, I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. Thanks for stepping aside so I could stand here. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Yeah. Why don't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. Lana! Even if it involved forging evidence. Boom, boom. Dun, dun, dun. Shabba, shabba, dabba, dum. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order! 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 Lana's remarks caused such a stir, the chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day.
To be continued. What in the hell? Nani? Okay. Reach the 10% mark. 10% of what? Of this case? Day 3 of the trial is 40 hours long. Oh my god. 10% of my sanity. Yeah, there's about 10% left. It's been dropping down. 10% of the game complete, including all the previous cases. I think it's probably going bash if I go that's gonna fall sentence. Yeah, a little bit. How am I feeling? I'm feeling good. I mean, yeah, it's an exaggeration. 10%, 10%. That's 1%. This case is so big. It's a matryoshka of murder cases. We just solved a parallel murder case, which has now brought us to a 2 years old murder case. And in solving that will help us solve the parallel case, which will then get us back to the original case that we started with. So, I put a case in your case. Yeah, Exhibit is the presiding judge over this case. And we barely touched SL9, yeah. This case is bigger than the whole trilogy, including this case. It's so big, it's bigger than the trilogy containing this case. Yeah. So, I don't know. We haven't solved any murders yet. We proved no murder exists. That's what I mean. Yeah. But, I mean, it is satisfying that there are unresolved questions, like the bloody handprint there and the amount of blood there. But to be like, there were 2 murders of the same man at the same time, and to be like, we satisfied pretty much every angle into that and cleared it up. That is satisfying. But, this case is all the way down. It's kind of early, but I'm almost tempted to end stream here because I don't want to start investigating what the hell is going on with SL9 and then have to pick it up. We'll probably continue it on Sunday. I don't think I have anything else planned for Sunday. What's up, Dan? We went for 8 more hours. I'm not you, Dan. I don't have your stamina. Oh, God. Day 3 is a little longer. Yeah, I mean, hopefully we can try. Maybe I can try to go long on Sunday and try to finish it all up on Sunday. It's a long case, great time. It's just like, if we get started on this, it's going to be even harder to be like, okay, what were we at exactly?
Nice.
So, which is 8 more hours. I'll try to end it. Start early. I mean, maybe start on time, right? No, the stream be optimal. I am loving these streams. Thank you, Dan. I'm really enjoying this. It's been a lot of fun. They are very silly cases. I'm not even done with the game, but like I get it. I understand. Everyone was like Ace Attorney, yeah. Everyone's been yelling about it for like the last 15 years or whatever. It's good. If you plan on putting a Sunday a long stream, gotcha. I mean, there's a chance I might not. Maybe I'll have to finish it after that, but we'll see. Also, I need to rest my voice a little bit. So, but yeah, let me get caught up on stuff. Let's have some music, shall we? Maestro, will you play? There it is. Drink your order. Yeah, I'm gonna drink my order. /T? T? I've already made up reasons to make up cases for in later games. Mm-hmm. Will the VODs be posted Sunday so we can catch up? So yesterday's VOD got split in 2 because stream went down for exactly 2 seconds. So, I'm gonna try to render that tonight. And hopefully, listen, if that VOD goes out tomorrow, then hopefully this VOD can go out on Sunday. So we'll see. But it takes a while to render and upload VODs like that. When I'm a defense lawyer in an alternate world and the justice system's fucked. Yeah. It's the longest case in the entire series. Well, that's good to know. So if I do stream more games in the series, I know what I'm getting in for. Todd, thanks for 55 months, Todd. Updated subscription streak record. Damn it, Edgeworth. Bouncy Creeper, thanks for 63 months. Prettiest Bearded Lady, thank you for 1.5 years. Enjoy your very mildly cursed skeleton key. Big Cave Monster, thanks for 69 bits. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright. Get bent, Your Honor. Stod, thanks for 100 bits. Murder twice, that's double jeopardy. Thank you. Hope you're doing good. Bubbles, thank you for 58 months. 58 is an unreasonable number of months. I agree. And thank you for subbing for all that time. Ebay, thanks for 100 bits. Edgeworth, I knew that badge would bite me in the butt one day. I'm just glad that
from what I remember of when the case started and there was the cutscene of the people dying in 2 different places and whatever, there was that one really ominous shot of the blue badger. And I feel like we kind of have context for that now because it was witness to shenanigans. But yeah, I don't know. It's nuts. And also limestones. Thanks for 69 bits. How do you like Meekins? I don't know what that is. Meekins? I have no idea what you're talking about. But thank you for the bits. Mr. Meekins. Officer Meekins? I mean, he's fine. I just wish you wouldn't blare his fucking thing all the time. It sucks. I was gonna see if I could find... Yeah, I'm trying to avoid... Oh, never mind. Okay. I didn't scroll down far enough to see spoilers, but this is, the rip from Spriters Resource of all the cutscenes and all the art, basically. And, I was just like, I just want to see the one again. There he is. And now that I look at it again, I mean, maybe I'm not supposed to look at it again, right? But that's not the big cardboard cutout one. That's the one that's presumably in the police headquarters. So there's definitely more. Can you send that? Yeah, you got it. No worries, gotcha. I was like, Meekins. Is that a reference to something? Yeah, gotcha. For science, yeah. I mean, this is just a really tall... I'm not going to scroll down because there's presumably more we haven't seen, but it's just all the art from the game. Shouts to Spriters Resource. It's great. Anyway, let's see who's streaming. New Discord server icon. I mean, I'm not saying no. Let's raid Onsta, who is streaming Yakuza as part of a Sega Pride event. I hate this banana monkey. What do you hate about the banana monkey? Thanks for streaming. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hope y'all have a good weekend. Thanks for hanging and cheering me on through this nonsense. It's been fun. Great message. I don't know. Friday night. Oh my god, it's Friday night. Oh my god, it actually, yeah. I mean, we've raided Onsta on a Friday night with Friday night before, but we should probably do that again, because, you know, it is what it is. Ding, ding, ding. It's Friday night. Boom. I hope y'all have a good weekend. Thanks for stopping by and all that. I don't know if we'll finish this Sunday, but we'll dive into day 3 on, well, finishing day 2 and then into day 3 on Sunday. So, we're looking forward to that. Is it Saturday morning for Onsta? Saturday morning is just Friday night too. It's the same thing. Let me check my schedule. Yep. Yeah, Sunday I don't have anything planned. So we'll come back to this on Sunday. And then next Tuesday is the 4th of July. Oh boy. Hooray. Anyway, thank you. Have a wonderful weekend. Thank you. Appreciate it. Friday night. Go say hi to Onsta. Have a good one. Goodbye. My DS's light just turned red, so that's good time. Goodbye. Thanks for watching, VOD watchers. Happy Friday night. If you're watching this on a Friday, that counts double. Have a good one. Thanks. Goodbye. See you.